Bri.
Hey, welcome everybody to tonight's council meeting of Tuesday, June the 17th. We, as the first part of our agenda, are going to be going in camera to deal with matters that we're bound to talk about in camera. That is certain items that we need to get legal advice and such. So I'm looking for a resolution to go in camera today. Motion by Councillor Carrier, second by Councillor Lococo. All those in favor? Okay, and that is unanimous. We're going to go in camera, after which time we will come back and resume in open session and do an update from our decisions of in camera. Thank you.
3.
Everybody, welcome back. We had our in-camera meeting prior. Oh, you're a little early on that, guys. We'll just hold off on that. We had our in-camera meeting prior. Now we're in our regularly scheduled council meeting. Thank you for your patience. We did have a matter we had to attend to. So the way we start off all of our meetings is with this first, the singing of O Canada. So I would ask everybody, first I'll introduce the singing, and then I'll ask everyone to stand. The Ian Meyer music program is comprised of students from grades 9 through 12. They perform at a variety of events both in schools and in the community. Recently they achieved gold standards of excellence in both vocal and instrumental music in the Port Colborne Festival of Arts. This afternoon we're going to hear their performance of our national anthem. If you would please join me in standing. So we try to always involve our community when we do things like this, the singing of the national anthem, and thank you to A.N. Meyer Secondary for taking the time to do this for us, just for us. Next up, I'd like to invite former Chief Stacy Laforne, former Chief of the Mississaugas of the Credit, to share his testimony as we acknowledge and thank the Indigenous peoples who are stewards of this land for a millennia before us.
Ani Jima Chief R. Stacy Laforne, Mississaugas of the Credit. I'd like to acknowledge the Creator, the world around us, and our place within it. I acknowledge the many nations that walked this land in the past, the many nations that walk it today, and welcome you to the treaty lands of the Mississaugas of Indigenous Bay. The treaties with the Mississaugas are the Niagara Treaty of 1781 and the Between Lakes Treaty of 1792. I would also like to acknowledge the Treaty of 1764 that recognized the Royal Proclamation of 1763, which set a new relationship between the Indigenous people and the Crown.
We're grateful for the land that we share together. Thank you, Chief Laforne. So moving on the agenda, we're looking for an adoption of the council meeting, the minutes of May the 27th, moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Carriol. Yes, Councillor Coco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I spoke to the clerk about how to deal with this. On 15.8, the motion for beer and wine sales, when we were talking about it, we were talking about changing it to alcohol sales till 1 o'clock in the morning, but it was determined that it was the ACGO, that we would contact the ACGO. So I thought the motion was just to contact the ACGO, but the motion, the way it's written, is that we support it till 1 and contact the ACGO. I don't support it till 1 o'clock. So I would like to make an amendment to that, and the clerk said I can do it here.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, you've got that?
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other discussions to the motion? Okay, seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously. Thank you for that, with the one exception. Next up, disclosures of a pecuniary interest. Do we have any Councillor Pietrangelo and Strange And then Baldinelli.
Thanks, Your Worship. CS 2025-34, the Debenture Financing. My family and I own property that is part of the project.
Thank you for that. We'll hand those in to the clerk. Councillor Strange.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Agenda item 11.7, 14th Annual Heaters Heroes Run for Children on September 6. I am part of the Fallsview Hose Brigade that helped run the event.
Thank you for that, Councillor Strange. And then Councillor Baldinelli.
I too, for 11.7, am a member of the committee as well.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other disclosures? Okay, we'll hand all those into the clerk. Thank you for that. Now on to the mayor's reports and announcements. First up, we do have 2 birthdays. Our fire chief, Joe Zambito, June the 4th. So happy birthday, chief. And also, yes. And also the owner-operator of We Stream, KJ, his birthday is today, in fact. So
Does he want to say his line?
his line?
Yeah. What was his line?
What was your line?
Oh, 48 looking great.
48 looking great. Excellent. All right, so we'll run through our events and announcements. Draw your attention to the screen. We had the 40 Under 40 Achievement Awards. And you can see there we were getting acknowledgement for a number of people. I'd like to thank Councillors Patel and Newestag for joining me there that day at the Holiday Inn and Conference Center in St. Catharines, and there was the entire group that were recognized for 2025. A few celebrations. We had the Qingming Festival at the Fairview Cemetery. I was joined by Councillor Newestag as we acknowledge this group's been doing this event since 1929 at our cemetery. Next up, we had Comic-Con. Congratulations, Councillor Dabrowski, another successful event. And I'm sure a lot of council took some time to come by and visit. And I love the event because it's a good chance to meet up with people that I watched on TV when I was a kid. So, pardon me? And that was, yeah, right across Ontario through Cogeco. Well done. Also, we had the Rick Rose street sign unveiling on Queen Street a couple of weeks ago. And what a great way to honor such a great individual. There he is with the Myari family. And from council, we had Councillor Strange, Pietrangelo, Lococo, Newestag, and Patel. Big crowd, big turnout for a great person, and we're grateful that we could do that. The 8th anniversary and the annual ceremonial review parade for the Royal Canadian Sea Cadets. I was joined by Councillor Patel on the front lawn of City Hall on Saturday as we were there to celebrate all these young people learning discipline and respect and all the things that they learn in the cadets. So congratulations. We had the Waterfall Folklore Festival, which is a Bulgarian festival. It took place at Club Italia. There's some pictures with some of their dancers and singers. And Saturday night, we had the Pathstone Hope Gala, and I was joined that night by Councillor Newestag. And there's a group of the people, great event, raising money for people with mental health problems in our community that we could support. And we had Ashley Judd was our guest speaker that night. So it was a very nice night, raised a lot of money, and of course awareness for Pathstone's mental health. I'd like to thank city councillors for representing the city. We had Councillor Patel representing the city at the Mass Niagara 5th Anniversary, the Niche Manufacturing Event, 70th Annual Rose and Flowers Show, and the St. John Ambulance 64th Annual Regional Recognition Event. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pietrangelo for representing the city at the Think Kitchen Grand Opening, the Shriners Club Flag Raising, and Firefighter Recruit Graduation. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lococo, thank you for representing the city at the City of Niagara Falls DEI Summit. Thank you for that, Councillor. Councillor Strange representing the city at the Daredevil Barrels exhibit at the Skylon Tower. Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Newestag, the St. Paul graduation ceremony. So it's nice that everybody can help out. Lots of events going on in the city, and June's always a very, very busy month. Business milestones and events. We celebrated the 40th anniversary of the Continental Pancake House on Stanley Avenue. I think over the 40 years they've sold a lot of breakfast, so congratulations to the family. Also, we had the grand opening of Healthy Planet down by Walmart off of McLeod Road. I was joined by Councillors Dabrowski and Newestag. Really neat place with lots of healthy options. We had the Think Kitchen grand opening. Councillor Pietrangelo represented the city and also was joined by Councillor Patel. We had flag raisings. We had the Azerbaijan Independence Day. We had Pride flag raising. I was joined by Councillor Patel and Lococo for that. The Italian Heritage Month. I was joined by Councillors Newestag, Lococo, and Patel. We had Seniors Month, joined by Councillors Lococo and Newestag. Shriners Week, represented by Councillor Pietrangelo, joined by Councillor Patel. And Filipino Independence Day, also attended by Councillor Patel and Strange. Coming up, reminder to everyone that Tuesday, July the 1st at Fireman's Park will be our Canada Day celebration. Now the new piece they've added in is a VIP paid parking on site with all money going to the Stamford Centre Volunteer Firemen's Association and Heartland Forest. There'll be shuttles at various locations. Go to the city's website, niagarafalls.ca, for all the details. Live entertainment goes from 11 a.m. until 6 p.m. There'll be a kids stage with Scooby-Doo, much more. There'll be food trucks, beaver tails, and of course Heartland Forest train, and lots of free interactive fun. And reminder, the next council meeting will be Tuesday, July the 8th. So good luck, and watch out for all those kids that are getting out of school now that'll be walking around the streets. Pay extra attention for all the young kids. So thank you for everyone and for your attention for those matters. Mr. CAO, did you, our CAO, wish to address everyone here in chambers?
Thank you, Mayor. And, we apologize for the delay in the meeting, but I did want to rise just to express to those on home, to the media, and to those in the audience from an administrative point of view, the circumstance that, the unfortunate circumstance that happened earlier. Firstly, we have rules with regards to decorum in the chamber, because you need decorum in a meeting so that people with divergent views can come to a meeting, can come to government and express those views without being intimidated by another side. The rules are applied equally to everyone. They're posted both outside and inside. And it's to maintain quorum is so that meetings can be conducted in a professional manner and proper decisions can be made. So, we attempted to enforce the rules in a number of manners. They were unsuccessful, and unfortunately, there were some significant consequences to that. We'll remind everyone again that those rules are to be followed. They're not chosen to be enforced, with prejudice. They're, like I said, they're enforced equally to everyone. Secondly, just on the broader issue, Canada differentiates themselves from many other countries. We're one of the few countries founded without a war. Our founding principles are peace, order, and good government. And, and I kind of believe in the rules of law and the rule of process. We've seen certain things happen, to our southern neighbors downstairs where things happen and processes are thrown aside for quick social media hits. And, as a bureaucrat in this country, I don't like to see that happen, because there are reasons for these rules, there are reasons for these processes, so that we do make well-educated decisions. And, and that's the principles that we try to bring to this chamber, so that we can conduct our meetings without intimidation and in a manner that is safe and welcoming for everyone. And so, one side might say, well, geez, you really enforce those heavily, but we have to enforce the rules to keep order and decorum, and that's why we post those in. We try to come to a number of different resolutions to enforce those rules, and unfortunately we couldn't. So for those that had to witness it, we apologize, but that's the rationale behind it. We want people to come here. We want people to be able to debate without, might being, outstripping right. And that's why we try to level the playing field for everyone. So, we hope for the rest of the meeting, everyone can follow the rules of decorum, and for future meetings, and we can move forward. But, that's the rationale. I know it's easy to have a quick social media hit, but that's not how we determine things here in this chamber. We like to have that, thoughtful process and ensure that all viewpoints are heard and that things are weighted equally at that point in time. So thank you for the liberty, Mayor, and hopefully the rest of the meeting is boring and uneventful.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. Moving on to 7 of the agenda. We're looking at, for the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee, year-end deputation. So if we've got Mayor's Youth Advisory members here, if they'd like to come forward, we would love to hear from you. And then after that, we'll call up Tom Mitchinson. Is Tom here? Tom is here. We'll call him up next. Yep, right there. Yep, there's the mic. It's just one mic, so you guys, just make sure the little red light's on the button down below.
Hello?
Yep, it's on. Great.
Well, hello everyone. Thank you for taking your time to listen to us. I am Paulina Labarda from St. Michael's, grade 10. Grade 12, sorry.
And my name is Shivani Patel, and I go to Wesleyan Secondary School, and I'm also in grade 12.
And we're your MIAC co-chairs, and we're here to give you a rundown of everything MIAC, which is the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee, did during the whole year.
So we're going to get started with our subcommittee first, which is the next slide. Oh, we do it. Oh, sorry about that. So this year we chose to have 4 subcommittees, which include the following of Giving Back, Just for Fun, Green, and Youth Empowerment. In previous years we have had 5, and the 5th one used to be Mental Health, but we didn't have a lot of participation in it, so we combined it because we believe that mental health is really important. So we combined it with Giving Back, and speaking of giving back and mental health, our first project of the year was Project Plaid. Project Plaid is a mental health initiative, and this year MIAC promoted and encouraged the youth in the community to support the cause by wearing plaid on November 28th. This event was done to raise support and mental health awareness for Pathstone Mental Health. Next up, in May, we had our hygiene drive. This event was to raise awareness and just collect hygiene products for the people of Niagara Falls. We had buckets of collection bins set up in our local high schools and the local community centers, and we partnered up with United Way Niagara, and together we managed to create and assemble 75 care packages for the youth in the city. Just not youth, like everyone in the city, sorry, I misspoke. And then in May, we had our mental health posts. Each Friday of May, we have posted information pertaining to mental health. Topics included breaking the stigma, the importance of self-care and hobbies, the impact of social media on teens, and the importance of study strategies, and the importance of sleeping well.
Next up, we have Just for Fun, where we had our very first event, which was MIAC Game Night, which was at the McBain Community Center. And we had an amazing turnout, and we had it during, I think it was 5:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. And we had board games, we had card games, we even had video games. We provided food and drinks for everyone to have fun. And we even had a prize bingo, so everyone could join with their friends, play bingo, and possibly win a prize if you yell bingo first. Next up, we had the basketball tournament, which was on March 14th during our youth month, which we will cover later on. And it was during March break. And we had a 3v3 kind of thing where we had 24 teams compete for first, second, and third place. Next up, we had the volleyball tournament in May, where we had 6v6 style games. We had 9 teams, and the first place winner would get a $150 Sport Check gift card if you won.
Next up is our Green Subcommittee. Our first event for Green was an eco art contest in January. During our first orientation meeting, we were brainstorming events of what we could do, and one of the ideas we had was a eco fashion contest. But then we were like, how many people would actually participate in that? So we created an eco art contest, and our first place winner, you can see it, it's really small, but our first place winner created a whole outfit out of recycled materials, and we thought that was really cool. And next up, we had a goose chase competition during March break. Goose Chase is an interactive app that lets runs competitions like throughout an app. Using the app, the Green Subcommittee organized a school versus school competition where students competed by participating, like doing little tasks. So if you're out taking a walk, take a picture. If you're recycling your cans, take a picture. And the school that collected the most points would receive a trophy, and that trophy is currently with Stanford High School. Yeah. Up next, we had our Mother Earth Day event in April. Green had a little booth. There was like an Earth Day event going on where people were collecting garbage and cleaning up our city. So they had a little booth where they talked about the importance of being eco-friendly and cleaning up our environment.
And lastly, our last comedy was Youth Empowerment, where our first thing we had was Business Program of the Month, where we opened up a forum and then businesses within Niagara had the opportunity to like fill it up, and we would promote them in our social media so they could tell their services, what they did. And I think it's a great way to promote youth entrepreneurs within our community. Next up, we did the McMaster Engineering Workshop, which was MIAC partnered with McMaster University to host 2 hands-on Go Eng workshop at the McBain Community Center. Grade 6 to 8 students explored science through fun bath bombs, and then grade 9 to 12 students participated in like soft physics workshops where they made slime with toothpaste, which was pretty fun. And lastly, we had a youth film contest where we allowed anyone in the community to put your film, if they're into film, art, whatever, put your film and they could get a prize, and they would be put in our Fireman's movie night that we do every year so everyone could see their film. I think it's a great exposure for them to see their film in the big screen.
This year, one thing that Polly and I wanted to really focus on was collaboration. In previous years, we personally felt that MIAC didn't really work as a team, but we just had like little groups just doing their own thing, and they just report back to the chairs. And we wanted to be a lot more involved. We wanted to have a more hands-on approach. So we wanted to do a lot of like all the subcommittees work together events, and now I'm gonna tell you about some of those. The first event we had was skate night. This is a yearly thing. We did have a few difficulties with this because the day we planned it, it got canceled because it was a really big storm. That was my birthday. But yeah, we had it moved to April 5th, and it was a lot of fun at the Gale Center. We had over, I think, like 150 kids show up. We were renting out skates for $8 because our previous helper, our staff liaison, found like a whole bunch of skates he had, so we've been using those. And yeah, it was a lot of fun. And next up we had the youth market, which was an amazing turnout, again promoting entrepreneurs in the community. It was hosted at the Exchange. We had 15 vendors, and everyone had the opportunity to sell whatever they were doing. We had people crocheting stuff, we had people doing henna, we had jewelry, we had nails, so many opportunities. There was a lot of people from the outside come. I'm sure everyone was able to sell, and like youth learn a lot about entrepreneurship, sales, and all that stuff, which I think are key things for life. Next up, we had our Youth Month. This was something we worked on with City Council and our city advisors in MIAC. And we wanted to recognize the importance of youth and youth's voice in the city, so we created a month honoring all the amazing youth. And so the city ran a bunch of workshops, events, promotions, and fun things like that. There was like a roller skating night, there was a henna workshop, there was a button making workshop, which seemed really fun. And then youth were also given discounts for 2-for-1 discounts on swimming, badminton, and more.
And lastly, featuring the mayor, we had the MIAC podcast where we talked about mental health. We had a great insight on how mental health works for the mayor, how people should approach mental health, and the importance on youth and the impact mental health has on youth. This was recorded about a month and a half ago, and we called it MIAP, which stands for the Mayor's Youth Advisory Podcast. But the reason it's MIAP is because it's like a slang that Gen Z is now using, which talks about talking. And the podcast will be posted on Spotify.
And our last event of the year was movie night. This is an annual thing. We host it at Fireman's Park. It was last Friday. It was a lot of fun. We had lots of turnout. This was our last like big hurrah type event. We had JFF, which is our Just for Fun committee, have lawn games. We had giving back. Like all the proceeds we collected was donated to Project Share, so that was our giving back aspect. We incorporated youth empowerment through our film contest. The winners' top 2 films were played, and it was really cool because they were all horror films. So it was like really dark, and then you just like get a jump scare out of nowhere. So it was really funny. And yeah, that's our last event.
And lastly, we want to thank you all for supporting us during this year of 2024-2025, for knowing that we could count on your support and knowing that youth voice is very important for us to speak up as the voices of the future. And we have a lot of things to do for the future. So thank you.
Well, ladies, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, that's it.
Well, I just want to say thank you so much. You two are incredible leaders, and we're going to miss you at the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee, and the way you led the entire team and how professional you were with the podcast, or the My App, as you call it. But you did an incredible job engaging with our community and being real true leaders. And it gives such confidence knowing that you're going to be the ones that are going to come behind and lead the city, or be teachers or electricians or firefighters or whatever you choose to be. And speaking of which, what are your plans for September?
So I plan to go to Western for medical sciences.
And I plan to study in the University of Tampa for international business and entrepreneurship.
Incredible. These folks are the chairs, co-chairs of your Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee. We show some appreciation. Let me take a picture of you, because we're very low tech around here, and the mayor's got to take the pictures. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we'll do this way too. It's a Samsung though, so you'll look really good. So really good. Awesome.
That's what my dad says.
Oh, and hold on before you go anywhere, Councillor Strange.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Shivani and Paulina, for the presentation. And you guys did a great job co-chairing this year. And we didn't realize how many are leaving next year.
A lot.
A lot.
Half of our
Probably
committee.
80% of my background.
Yeah, so along with Councillor Newstay, we were at the last meeting, and we found out all these kids are leaving, and it's tough because someone's got to play the role of chairs and stuff next year. Well, they volunteered that they would guide them through that next year, even though they're going to be busy at university. So it was so nice of them to, whatever, they just call them and they'll let them go through this. So they got some big shoes to fill next year, but we'll thank you for being, and good luck in the future. You guys did an amazing job.
Yeah, we would love to guide the future co-chairs, because definitely when we first started, we had no idea what we were doing. We had to figure it out, so now we can hand it to the next person who will be co-chairing MAC.
And to solve the issue of not having new youth, we did create a little promo video that will be posted in September. It's parent friendly, so it'll be posted on like Facebook, so we'll get more like parent engagement. And it's also like teen friendly, so kids will also be interested. So we're working on a solution for getting more teens to fill the role of MIAC.
See, that's incredible leadership. It's planning, it's critical thinking, it's all the things, and all the skills and the tools you picked up along the way as you're ascending to the leadership role. And now you got to pass the scepter on to the next group of students. So I just want to say on behalf of all of us, we're very proud of you. And we hope you'll stick around, because now we have a special award.
We do. We got to announce it too.
You ready for that? Okay, so
Yes.
why don't we call up Tom Mitchinson. You're going to come up here to the microphone with the co-chairs and do your recognition. I don't know what anybody knows, but you guys can make the announcement, and then we can. All right, now is Tom going to come? How are we doing this? Are you coming out here in the horseshoe like we did in the past?
We will introduce it. We're going to introduce the winner, and then he will award the winner.
Okay,
And then you can
are we
speak
doing
a few
that up
words.
here? Or are we doing that in the horseshoe?
Yes.
Okay, Kathy's telling me in the horseshoe. All right. Yeah, we have the microphone. So Tom, do you want to come up here as the co-chair? Yep, not there. Okay. Oh, is this it?
Yeah, that's the.
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I got you, okay. So, do you ladies want to come up here with us as we do this? Why don't you come
Sure.
over here, and I'll give you the microphone. Beth, are you taking some shots? Sure. Oh, that'd be great. Do that, I can give my camera to a random member of the gallery to take pictures.
Thank you.
We now have the pleasure of introducing the Jim Mitchinson Scholarship Award recipient. This scholarship was developed by the Mayor's Youth Advisory Team to recognize students who give back to the community and the schools. MIAC felt that there was plenty of scholarships that were based on just grades and wanted to create something that fit with our core values. In 2018, the scholarship was relaunched as the Jim Mitchinson Scholarship. Jim Mitchinson was dedicated to giving back to the city of Niagara Falls throughout his life and embody the values of leadership, involvement, and in the community. Jim's son, Tom, was looking for a way to honor his father and was agreed that the scholarship was the best fit. Tom has generously funded the scholarship in his honor. This year's recipient of the scholarship is Madeline Berardi.
Maddie is graduating from A. Meyer Secondary High School, where she has been extremely involved in her entire high school career. Maddie is a senior, and she has not been shy about contributing to her community and school environment. She has a diverse background, including coaching youth soccer, volunteering at Pastone Mental Health, and volunteering in the Niagara Prom House Arts Center. Maddie has been contributing to school leadership roles by being part of the student council for the past 4 years, and most recently became a DSBN's student senator. In this role, she has been able to plan events such as Semi-Formal, Meyer Fest, and she has also participated in so many clubs such as Set Design, Interact Club, Meyer Mental Health, and Visual Arts Council.
Maddie's most impactful volunteering contribution is being co-president and lieutenant governor of the Key Club. The influence of Key Club is to spread positivity, volunteerism, and the act of caring for others. This allowed her to partner with a number of community organizations such as Chapel Heights, Community Cruise, March of Dimes, Niagara Health, and Patstone's Mental Health. Her strength as a leader in the community comes from her ability to engage others. Madeline is a strong advocate for volunteerism and peer engagement, guided by belief that working as a team and utilizing people's strengths can help them achieve goals and make meaningful change.
Now, what Maddie will be continue doing is giving back to the community as she moves to the post-secondary study, while she will be pursuing engineering. Madeline is planning to join the Engineering Society and Women's in Engineering programs. She will continue working in Key Club by joining Circle K and post-secondary branch of Kiwanis Club to continue giving back to her community. We would now like to give Mr. Tom Mitchinson and Madeline Berardi to join us at the front.
Well, just very briefly, I wanted to express my appreciation to the mayor and the council for allowing me the chance to honor my father in this way. As you mentioned, he was a big community service was a big part of his life, and he would be really proud to be here today and hear the work of the committee and to join me in congratulating Maddie for winning the award this year. So thank you all very much.
I stand on the end so they can cut me out of the picture later if they don't want me in there. Maddie, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you so much. It really means a lot. It's really going to support me throughout my university time. So thank you again.
Awesome. Thank you. Now there's the check. That one, well, you can take it, see what happens. I'm not really sure. And folks, this is just our focus on youth and how incredible they are. And we're so proud of, this saying, brush the teeth you want to keep. Well, this is the future of Niagara Falls, and we're so proud we're in great hands. So how about a big hand for all of our youth?
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Yeah.
All right, next up is Niagara Peninsula Energy. We have Brian Wilkie, the president and CEO, who's going to introduce a bunch of people he brought with him and talk a little bit about electricity here in Niagara Falls and in the region.
Okay, thank you very much for the introduction. And it's my pleasure to introduce the team that are with me. First, we have Rocky Vaca, our chairperson. We have Suzanne Wilson, our chief operating officer, joined by Shannon Wilson, Senior Vice President, Asset Management, no relation, and Paul Blythen, our Vice President, Regulatory Affairs and Revenue. So what we plan on doing is maybe a 15-page slideshow. I'm going to do the first 4 pages, and then I'll turn it over to Suzanne and then we can have some questions and answers. So Niagara Peninsula Energy, do I click up here?
Yeah, you can click
Okay.
or press the arrow keys to go to the next slide. No, just click anywhere on the screen.
This is when I ask for a 17-year-old to help me.
Yeah, we need those girls back.
I think the arrow keys on the keyboard might work too.
Yeah, we're doing that, but,
Oh, they're doing it.
Oh,
Well,
hang
give him
on,
one
he has
second
to do
there.
something.
okay.
It's great when it works. There we go. Now the arrow key should work for you.
Okay.
There we go.
So Niagara Peninsula Energy is an important part of our community's history. We officially began in 1915 as Niagara Falls Hydroelectric Commission in the city of Niagara Falls. On January 1st of 2008, Niagara Falls Hydro and Peninsula West Utilities officially merged and amalgamated to become Niagara Peninsula Energy, Inc. It's jointly owned by Niagara Falls Hydro Holding Corporation, Peninsula West Power, Inc. Holding Corporation. It's a vital public asset locally owned by its municipal shareholders. And on the top, we see the four shareholders: City of Niagara Falls, Town of Lincoln, Town of Pelham, and the Township of West Lincoln, with the proportional ownership shares in that company. We proudly serve 4 municipalities in the Niagara Peninsula. Our directors are comprised of Rocky Vaca, our chair, Mike Strange, Victor Pietrangelo, Mayor Jim Diodati, Mike Reiner, Bob Hillebrandt, Lynn Timmers, and Kevin Kerr. So the highlighted parts that you see in blue are the areas that we serve. We serve all that territory. It's about 820 square kilometers. I think it's the 3rd largest service territory in the province of Ontario. And the 2 pinpoints are service centers, our main offices and service centers in Niagara Falls, and we operate one in West Lincoln and Smithville. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Suzanne, and she's going to take you through the operations.
Thank you for having us. Is this on?
It is, yep,
Okay.
welcome.
Thank you. So I'm going to go through, and as I go, I'll explain a lot of the acronyms that we use in this industry. So we are a high-performing LDC, which is a local distribution company, with OEB, which is the Ontario Energy Board. So there's about 55 LDCs in the province of Ontario, and we're all regulated by the Ontario Energy Board. Every year, every LDC has to produce a scorecard. These are just some of the metrics that the scorecard is the same for everyone, and we have to post it publicly on our websites in September. So the performance categories that we have to do are customer focus, operational effectiveness, public policy enforcement, and of course financial performance. So what I have here is a few of the 2024 numbers that we have. Our scorecard is not complete, so I can't show you the whole thing because we're waiting for 3 numbers that come from the OEB, and then we get them in July. So service quality, new residential and small businesses services connected on time. So what does that mean? So the Ontario Energy Board's target is 90%. So with that, we have to connect a customer within 5 days. And we met that target 95.42% of the time last year. Service quality scheduled appointments met on time. So what that is it's the 4-hour window. If a customer calls us to come out and do a meter read for them or connect a service, it's a 4-hour window, and we have to achieve going there within that window, and we achieve that 100% of the time. Service quality, telephone calls answered on time. The OEB's target is 65%. What this means is we have to answer the phone within 30 seconds. And we met that 81.54% of the time in 2024. That's actually our lowest year. And why? What happened was in November, the postal strike happened, and we got flooded with calls. You know, people wanting to know how to get their bill, what was their bill, how much did they owe. So we didn't meet that because of the high volume of calls. Customer satisfaction billing accuracy. The Ontario Energy Board's target is 98%, and last year we were 99.93%. Safety, where of course we have a safety audit done by the Electrical Safety Authority, and the C means we were compliant. System reliability. This is one everybody wants to know. So there's two statistics that we have to provide for system reliability. One is called SAIDI, which is the average number of hours on the duration, that a power to a customer is interrupted. So when you see the OEB target, less than 1.81 hours, that's actually LDC specific. So that target is our average from 2016 to 2020. So we rebased, it's the large cost of service rate application in 2021. So that number won't change until we rebase. So that was our target, and we achieved 1.65 hours duration. The second target is system reliability, which is the average number of times, or the frequency, which is called, we call it SAFE, that the power is interrupted to a customer. This goes over the entire customer base, okay? So again, that is Niagara Peninsula Energy's target, 1.64, less than 1.64 times. And we achieved 1.05 times per customer. Connecting renewables. So this has slowed down in the years, but we do have a very large number of micro-embedded generation facilities in our service territory, which is your solar rooftop. That's our main connection, okay? So just some statistics, you know, by the numbers. We own and maintain 10,745 transformers. These transformers can be pole mount transformers, the ones you see on the poles, and then the green pad mount ones, they're the ones, the bigger transformers that are on sidewalks or people's lawns. We maintain 4,600 circuit kilometers of line, that's the overhead. We service 5,529 commercial customers, and of those commercial customers, 729 are large commercial customers. We service 53,483 residential customers, and we own 25,000 poles. Okay. So in 2023, we embarked on a communication strategy to reach our customer. The demographics are changing in our service territory, and one of the big ones is language. So we moved our website to a different host. London Hydro actually hosts our website. And the first thing we asked was, and anything we do, is language. So our entire website is Google translated. So anything we try to avoid putting a document there that a customer who doesn't speak English can translate it to any of the Google. You just go up to the top, select Google Translate, and it will, the entire website will into their language. And that's important. So if we want to educate and talk to our customers and support our customers, language can be a huge barrier. So one of the things we did was on the communication strategy, we started this in 2023. We implemented it in 2024, is we did 5 bill inserts and 3 newsletters. Interestingly enough, we tried, we had a very slow uptake on trying to get people to not have that paper bill, okay? Hopefully by the end of this meeting, I'm going to convince all of you to sign up for e-bill. But anyway, we also did 3 videos, because somebody once asked, where does all your money go? So, are you going to play the video, or do you mean?
Click right in the middle of the slide. I click it.
Okay, you click it. Perfect.
Every month, our customers receive a bill for their monthly electricity usage. You may receive your bill. bill by mail or email, depending on what you selected as your preference. But where does your money go once you pay your bill? Let's take a closer look. First, your electricity bill is subject to HST.
Next, like all local distribution companies in Ontario, we buy our power from the Independent Electricity System Operator. After that, the power must move from the generators through transmission lines to reach our local NPEI distribution system. We pay the companies that own the transmission lines. The last portion of your bill covers local distribution. That's when the power goes from transformer stations through distribution lines and connects to homes and businesses. 100% of the distribution rates you pay are invested back into the communities we serve. Our local, highly skilled employees maintain our poles, wires, and transformers while ensuring quick response times for outage restoration. Our professional and courteous representatives are always ready to assist with all your questions and concerns. Niagara Falls Hydro Holding Corporation owns 74.5% of NPEI, while the remaining 25.5% is owned by Peninsula West Power Incorporated. Through these municipally owned holding companies, we are proportionately owned by the City of Niagara Falls, the Town of Lincoln, the Township of West Lincoln, and the Town of Pelham. Since 2008, we have paid our municipally owned shareholders over $17 million in dividends. This means that every dollar that our customers pay for distribution is invested in our communities. Your money stays local, where it matters most. Niagara Peninsula Energy, proud to be your local utility.
Okay, thank you. So that's important. That's a very important message. Is 100% of your distribution revenue, which is the fixed portion on your residential bill, which is about $40. All of that $40 stays in this service territory that we serve, okay? And it supports all of the capital investments within our communities. In 2024, NPI invested over $15.9 million to various capital projects within our service territories. The total capital expenditures from 2020 to 2024 is $87.6 million. Some of our projects include customer system access. So what does that mean? Well, that's when a customer, a commercial customer, might want to upgrade their service. That is access to the grid, so it's customer access to the grid, okay? Municipal line relocations and supporting regional projects and City of Niagara Falls projects. New subdivisions, distribution stations, overhead rebuilds, which is the overhead line rebuilds. System renewals for poles, transformers, kiosks, switchgears, and meters. These types of investments are vital to maintain a safe and reliable source of energy. So your distribution system that we all own together, there's long-term assets, right? A wood pole in our service territory lives about 50 years. Concrete pole, it lives about 60 years. We're just trying a new type of pole, which is a composite pole, which is on Lundy's Lane, a small little section we bought. They're a little expensive, but they're supposed to live 80 years, okay? So in 2025, these are the Niagara Falls projects that are in our capital budget. So the Kaler Road feed to the hospital, this is actually phase 4. It's about $3.5 million. This project has been ongoing. We are feeding the hospital right out of our own transformer station that we own on Kaler Road. And that project's been going on for about 3 years, and it's probably going to be about $12.4 million in total that we've spent just to service the new South Niagara Hospital, okay? Then we have the Chippewa Parkway extension, the Lundy's Lane rebuild, Garner Road to Thorlton Line Road, 3G to 4G meter replacement. I just want to explain that. So last year we were notified by Rogers, inside your meter that's on your house, there's a chip, and that chip is reading from cellular data, and it's 3G, it's the 3G network. Rogers has decided to upgrade and end their 3G network. That impacted us. So we didn't see that coming. We did ask for an extension from Rogers. We were granted that extension. We just received those 750 meters, and we have to have them implemented and changed out by July 31st. So it's a huge project that we're doing. Pole replacement program. So we do a pole testing program. We bore the poles to make sure, you know, they're not rotting and falling down, and we do it in areas. Heat maps are created in our GIS system, and 50 poles were identified in Niagara Falls to be replaced. There's the kiosk replacement program, new subdivision connections, customer system access demands. So this one you don't know because you don't know how many people may want to upgrade their services. The subdivision underground rehabilitation program, pad mount replacement, those are the green transformer boxes, and grid modernization. So if you are on a paper bill, we'd like you to move to the digital world if you can. And the one reason is, if you go and sign up for a My Account, we just launched in March of this year our new app. Works on an Android and on an Apple. So what this app does, it's fantastic, and it's great for energy management. The app has this calendar on the side that My Account does not give you, okay? So you can see that on January 10th, it's in red. And that means that's your highest usage of that month up until the 15th of January. So the very next day, you will know exactly how much you used the day before. And why is that important? Because it can let a customer know if, you know, lights were left on, you can adjust in air conditioning, and you can do it in the month that it's occurring instead of waiting for your bill after the month has already happened, and then you can't adjust your energy usage, okay? So you can check your account balance, you can view energy usage, make a payment, compare pricing plans, and sign up for notifications. So this is, again, where we're moving with our wave of the future. Right now, you can actually have a notification on your app that you can, and you can do this on My Account. You can receive a reminder notice. Everybody's busy, and you can set it to 1, 3, or 5 days of your bill is due. So if you set it to 5 days before your due date, you'll get a text if you sign up for texting, or you'll get an email, or if you want texting and email, you just click both on. Okay? We also support our local charities that matter most to our employees. In 2024, MPI contributed over $290,000 to the community through charitable contributions, optional employee payroll deductions, event sponsorships, scholarships that we do through the Niagara Community Foundation, and our low energy assistance program, which is called LEAP. And the region is now administering all of our LEAP programs. The MPI employees selected the e-bill campaign charity for our company. So we did 2 last year. We did the first one that started, it was a 6-month campaign, started in September 2023 and ran to March 31st. And we selected Project Share. And we raised $17,540. So if you switched from paper bill to e-bill, we donated $10. Then what happened was we ran a second one, very small, had a goal of $5,000 from September to December. Well, the postal strike happened, and we raised $43,870. So we were thrilled that many people are now, and they've stayed, and it's growing without even us having to donate, that people are moving into the digital world. We will be launching another e-bill campaign this fall, and the employees will select the charity. I think that's, and anyway, we gave it to the local Humane Society just after Christmas, and they were thrilled. MPI also participates in Chamber of Commerce events throughout our community. We hold fundraisers and make donations, such as United Way. And every year we do the local scholarship program. We provide the $1,500 to 10 students. And that's done through the Niagara Community Foundation. The MPI Safety Poster Contest. Okay, so every year, the Ontario Energy Board, we have to do one or the other surveys. So this year, we're doing the customer satisfaction survey. It's going on right now. In the off year, we have to do the public electrical safety survey. Okay, so we just did that safety survey last year. And one of the interesting results, we only scored like 84%, was the question was asked, would you call before you dig? And this is what the answers were. Well, maybe. Think about it. Yeah, sure, I will. Because it wasn't a definitive, firm answer that the company that did our survey received, we didn't score that high. And that's because the message of call before you dig, it's the law, is not clear, and I'm here to make it very clear. Call before you dig, because it's the law, and so that's what our safety poster contest this year was all about. Okay. So this is our third video that we did. We wanted to show you why we're here.
Over my career at Niagara Peninsula Energy, I've seen firsthand the dedication our team brings to delivering electricity to you every day. And while keeping the lights on is our job, supporting our community is the heart of what we do. Driven by our local mission and deep community values, we are more than just the company that brings you power. We're proud of our legacy of giving back to the neighborhoods we serve and working with outstanding local charities to support a healthy and thriving community. These organizations and their dedicated staff and volunteers ensure that no one is left behind, and it reminds us of why we do what we do.
Project Share helps residents of Niagara Falls meet their basic needs, things that many of us take for granted, like food and shelter, and we're currently relied on by 1 in every 7 residents of our city.
Community Care of West Niagara is located here in Beamsville, but we serve all of Lincoln. There's a lot of low-income families that, with the rising cost of inflation and housing issues and stuff, we really just need to give them a help up. We feel everybody needs and has access to the right to food, so we won't refuse anyone.
Niagara Peninsula Energy supports Birchway Niagara in so many ways, and we can always count on them to grow and expand to meet the evolving needs of the families in our communities that we serve who are affected by abuse.
Our mission has grown significantly because unfortunately we're facing a crisis for affordable housing and food insecurity in our community. So our number that are relying on us has really increased over the past 5 years.
People are really feeling the pinch, and especially around times like Christmas where it's, there's extra strain on everybody and their budgets.
In 2024, Niagara Peninsula Energy contributed over $340,000 to the community through charitable contributions, optional employee payroll deductions, event sponsorships, scholarships, and our low energy assistance program.
It feels really incredible to receive the support from Niagara Peninsula Energy, specifically knowing that such a large service provider here in Niagara steps up and supports us. It inspires others to do the same. NPI's most important and perhaps the greatest impact donation that they made was back in the early 2000s when we were located in Niagara Falls on Thoroldstone Road. We assessed the need for our services, and unfortunately that building was no longer meeting the needs. And Niagara Peninsula Energy stepped up and became a champion and helped support that project, which meant that we can help support even more women and children in our community.
NPEI has been a wonderful community partner for us. One of the recent supports we've received was a donation from an online billing campaign that was done that helped us purchase emergency food essentials like fresh milk and produce and meat, things that are harder for people to donate.
One of my favorite recently has been the campaign that NPEI put out. Our logos were on the back of the monthly bills that went out to customers, and that way we got to reach so many more people.
We are so thankful to have Niagara Peninsula Energy as an ally. The opportunities to raise funds together to build awareness about our services that are available to help people, but also awareness on how people can help others in the community is so critical, and we cannot thank them enough.
I really do love MPI. They're amazing people. This is where I'm gonna cry. I see them out in the community, and they're very genuine. They're very good to us. They're good to a lot of the organizations, but I do know a lot of them personally, and it's great. We like them.
When it comes to making our community a better place, we have a rare advantage. Niagara Peninsula Energy is a local public utility with local employees. We live here, we work here, and we give back here. We are proud to be your local utility.
Ooh. There's one more slide. Thank you. So staying ahead of risks and opportunities, of course, tariff risk is faced by everybody right now, and cyber threats as well. Ontario Energy Board regulatory shifts, federal and provincial energy policy, which you can see is very active right now, electrification and load growth, and that's the electric vehicles and the switching of your different powers to electric. And thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Any questions? Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Through you to the presenter, thank you very much for coming, first
Thank
of all.
you.
I just want to check one fact, and then I'll go on. You said that there was 55 LDCs in Ontario?
It's
somewhere around there.
55?
And NPEI is the 12th largest LDC?
Based on customers or
Based on
or
customers.
square kilometers?
Well, square kilometers, I think Mr.
You're
Wilkie
third.
said that you were third.
Yep.
Right. But based on customers, I think you're around 12th, so you're almost top 10. Yeah.
Yes.
Your Worship, just to rewind the clocks a little bit, like back in the mid to late 90s, the provincial government of the day started the process of deregulation of hydros, and back then every municipality was granted their hydro, and then they had different decisions to make. Some actually held on to them, some sold them, some merged them. We made one of the best decisions I think we could have, which is to hang on to our hydro. So if you look at even just the region of Niagara nowadays, you'll see that locally owned hydros are the minority. Most of the municipalities that are in the region have either sold or merged or have some type of private ownership, but we haven't. It makes me very proud, Your Worship. Like from my standpoint, that's not going to change. I think there's benefits, obviously, to having your own hydro, owning your own hydro. I know you talked about some of them, obviously the dividends that flow to the city, but there's other benefits as well, Your Worship. I mean, we're in control. We're in control of the levels of service, and if you watch the slides that Ms. Wilson put up, you'll see that NPEI exceeds every single metric that the province has set or that the OEB has set. The other benefit, Your Worship, that we have is obviously the giving back that you mentioned, but also the fact that we get to put the dollars into infrastructure where we want them. So there's a lot of benefits of owning your own hydro, Your Worship. I don't see it changing. So thank you for coming.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Baldinelli, then Dabrowski.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Wilson, for that great presentation. The mobile app, I think I may have asked you last time I was there. 1 or 2 accounts can access. On an account, can 2 people access the same information?
Yes.
So I can register and my
Yeah.
wife can register?
You can list the other person as a designate, a delegate, sorry.
Thank you. I just
Delegate
want
is
everybody
what's
to know
called.
that. Sometimes, most times, you can only get one person on, but that's great, too.
Yeah.
Thanks you.
Thank you. Councillor Dabrowski.
Through you, thanks, Suzanne. Great presentation, very informative for those who aren't overly familiar about the background of MPI. Through you, maybe to Mr. Burgess, is there any way we can help them through a partnered post on Facebook or through our newsletter database? I know we have 75,000 Facebook followers. Maybe we've already done this, but figured to help get their digital numbers up, and maybe they can help us the same way, but is there something we can do through communications just to help get those numbers up even further? And kudos to all the great work you've done with the charitable aspect and all the donations and money raised, but thought maybe we could help in some small way as well.
Mr. Seo?
Short answer is yes, we can have the communications team coordinate.
Okay, awesome. Thanks, Susan.
May I just add one other
Yeah.
thing? We just launched our first Instagram, so you can, do you follow on Instagram?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we're friends on Facebook, follow on Instagram,
Yeah,
right?
well, apparently Facebook's for parents.
Right.
I learned through my app, not really, but
Yeah.
good.
Thank you so much.
Facebook's bigger, but Instagram's growing much faster. Yes. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Suzanne, for the presentation. You do just, the company does amazing things, especially all the money that is made goes back into our community, but I know you don't like to toot your own horn at times, but a couple of years ago, other cities have reached out to NPI to help them out, and I know that happened in Fort Erie during the winter storm, and you guys went over there and helped them. There was people stuck in their cars for days and stuff. You guys came out there and helped put the lights on, and just recently you had Hydro One call you guys from Peterborough to go and help you guys out. So it's nice that even big companies are calling you guys to help them out. So it's really nice that you guys are helping out each other too.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, if there's no further questions or comments, maybe we get a motion to receive the Mayor's Youth Advisory and the NPEI reports. Councillor Carrio, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. There's no further discussion. All those in favor? Okay, that's great. So thank you. Appreciate you bringing the whole team out. Thank you very much. Great presentation. Okay, next up, we are going to deal with correspondence from the store manager, Grand Bazaar Niagara, seasonal vendors. Mr. Clerk, do we have anybody to speak to this, or is this council?
I believe we do have somebody here.
Somebody here from?
Yes, we had a request for an appointment from the manager of the Grand Bazaar Niagara on Victoria Avenue pertaining to seasonal business license. And I believe there he is there.
Do you want to come up to the microphone?
Artemis.
Yeah, that's fine. Yep. As long as we have somebody come up to the microphone. So if you
And just a reminder for the appointment process, you would have up to 5 minutes to make your comments to council.
Oh, that's long. I'm fast circle. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council of City, member of the community. Thank you for having me. So my name is Barış Başol, that I am the owner and operator of the small business on the Victoria Avenue. We do just a quick information about the store that what we do. We got the handcrafted products and we provide, and we are located in the tourist core. And the many years that we providing handcrafted products and personalized items. So in this speech that I would like to say, we are not against any individuals or anything. Right now is a current bylaw is giving seasonal pass to individuals that's just putting the table just beside our business and providing the service that what we are providing many years. And you know, operating a small business today is not easy. It's lots of challenges. And then especially only 3-4 months is very busy, and then 8 months is not really busy. And that during the touristic season, someone is taking advantage of our many years experience that we built. So we are asking from the City Council to review the bylaw that's beside of the retail products that seasonal business are not selling, also the services. You know, whatever the mortar businesses are providing the services, seasonal business should not provide the mortar businesses are providing. Again, it was a great idea. I work in 26 years in the tourism. You know, seasonal pass in the touristic area is, you know, someone playing the guitar, artisanal products and drawing the pictures. Those are the add the colors into the touristic area, which is very good. But that's under the artisanal products, someone just applying or serving or selling what the mortar businesses are selling, that is really damaging us. We are already hardly surviving. As you know, it's right now many small businesses, especially touristic area, is closing. And in this speed, maybe in 3-4 years, we will have only restaurants and hotels. There will be no small businesses left. So we need your attention, we need your help. Again, we are not against that seasonal businesses, which is, I strongly believe, that is add the color into the city, you know. But what is artisanal expecting? I'm sure that we all go to different countries and see different colors, and people are doing different shows and, you know, drawing the pictures and singing, but not applying the commercial products or serving exactly what the business are serving. So we need your amendment to business, seasonal business bylaw right now, do amending and change the retail products and services to protect the small business in our city.
Okay, thank you. So
You're very welcome. Thank you very much
Hang
for
on
having
one
us.
second. We do
Yes.
have some questions and or comments from council. We've got Councillor Pietrangelo, Dabrowski, Patel, Lococo.
Oh.
Yeah, thanks, Your
Okay.
Worship. Oh,
You're
hi.
welcome. Thank you.
I guess through you to Mr. Basal. Mr. Basal, I'm very happy that you're here. A couple of years ago, Your Worship, yourself and myself, we attended the grand opening, and shortly after that, I started to receive emails from Mr. Basal in regards to a seasonal shop that was set up beside him. I would forward them on to Bylaw, Your Worship, but quite honestly, I always felt bad that that there wasn't really any, I guess, any action taken to stop it. I'm a big believer in what Mr. Basal is saying, in the sense that, you know, we need to give some preferential treatment to the brick and mortar business. And I mean, if we're going to allow a seasonal business, I think that's fine. It just shouldn't be in direct competition. Your Worship, we have this bylaw, you know, in BIAs in terms of food trucks, and I think that that was mentioned in the email that came.
Yeah.
And it makes a lot of sense, Your Worship. I mean, nobody wants to own an ice cream shop and then have someone who is a seasonal business and drives in for the day, sets up beside them, and sells the exact same product. And I think that's what Mr. Basal is facing right now. So, Your Worship, if it's in terms of amending the bylaw, I'm in full confidence of going forward with doing that. If it's something that we want to bring the BIAs into, I think that the Victoria Centre BIA would be very supportive of Mr. Basal as well. So you tell us how you want to handle it, and I'm in support of it.
Well, maybe if you want to make a recommendation that we refer this to the BIA to work with our staff.
Excuse me,
come back
Mr.
with
Mayor.
some-
I
Yes?
spoke with the BIA. He asked me to give a few comments, if I may.
Yep, they've already spoken with other councillors too.
Okay.
So
Well,
we're
he
going to
sent
work
me
our
an
way.
email.
Yeah,
Okay,
we'll
thank
work
you.
our way through. So I'll leave it with you, councillor, how you want to do it. You heard what Councillor Coco said, and some of you have already spoken with the BIA.
Well, let me just ask you, Worship, I mean, if we go forward and we do change the bylaw that we have in place right now, when will it take effect, and when will any seasonal licenses be rescinded?
Yeah, so I'm not sure if that's the clerk or solicitor that could answer that question, or about bylaw. Mr. Clerk?
Well, currently under the bylaw that was passed by the council of 2007, the seasonal business license bylaw does permit someone to have a license for up to 4 months. So from the May 2/4 holiday through to Canadian Thanksgiving. So in this case, what the speaker is referring to is one particular seasonal bylaw or seasonal business license that currently does have permission to be in operation until Canadian Thanksgiving. So for 4 months, which is the extended length of the bylaw. So you would be the will of council as to if the bylaw is to be amended, any current licenses, whether they'd be grandfathered for the remainder of this year or whether they'd be null and void at the date of the passing of the bylaw. So it's really up to the council and their motion.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, councillor.
Yeah, Your Worship. Is this something that we could pull the BIA into and then have a report back for our July meeting on?
Would that give us enough time to do that? If we get a motion, council, I'll have you speak to it. We're not there yet. So I don't know, CAO, clerk, solicitor?
We might require
two cycles.
To revise the full bylaw.
So half the summer would be done. They're saying 2 cycles.
Okay.
Sorry, you have an issue with the existing one already being granted at this point in time, so even if you change the bylaw, you can't retroactively retract that one. So I think, I think if council wants to make the decision, it would be effective for the next summer season, and we change the bylaw effectively at that point for the next summer season for the offending individual.
So we can't rescind licenses once we change the bylaw?
We'd have to go and take a legal look at that, we had he did apply, it was an effective bylaw, it was in effect at the time. There is a general concept of the double jeopardy if you, if you applied to it, to change it, you may face something, so we'd have to take a legal review of that to see what are the implications of that. So we'd have to take a legal review of whether you can retroactively apply a bylaw under someone who's already obtained a bylaw in accordance with the rules at the time.
Okay. In that sense, Your Worship, I don't want to defer the matter because I know that there's other people that want to speak. So I'll make a motion to refer the matter to staff, and that staff get together with the local BIAs in order to receive their opinion, and that'll come back no later than 2 council meetings from now, because I think the first council meeting that we have, or the next council meeting, is in the first week of July, so it would be the one after that.
Good. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Baldinelli. Okay, we've got a motion on the floor. We go to Councillor Dabrowski, Patel, Lococo.
Through you, I'll echo Councillor Pietrangelo's comments, and to you, kudos for being an entrepreneur and bringing your business here into Niagara Falls. And I think it comes down to better planning. You look at the city as a floor plan, like a consumer show. You go to a home and garden show, you see 2 window retailers, not 8 window retailers. So I think we have to do a better job on not only who we grant licenses to, but where they are situated on a street. Is there a way we can move the current vendor out of that area? I'm thinking there might be other options as well.
We have only 5-inch. We have a store, and someone put a table just a 5-inch, not even 1 foot, 5-inch beside us. And even the customer thinks that it's belong to us. Just 5-inch.
That'll probably be addressed, I'm guessing.
By the BI. I would hate for you to lose half the season. I know when we come back in 2 meetings, we rely on 3 to 4 months. Yeah. Either way, we want to complement businesses, not compete with each other. So I hear what you're saying, and hopefully we can get this resolved through the BIA. I would hate for any local business, small business, who relies on 3 or 4 months out of the year to wait for the next 2 months to get a decision made. So if there's something where we can intervene and maybe move that said vendor elsewhere down the street, just so he's not in direct competition, maybe there's something we can work through there, but I'll leave that on the table.
That's good advice for things for him to look into, right? To explore all of our options. Good idea. Councillor Patel, and then Lococo. That was addressed? Okay, thank you. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I sit on the Victoria Centre BIA, and the BIA sent an email, and this is what they're looking for. They said that they were unaware of such a bylaw in the first place. They didn't know about it. Moreover, I was unaware that this license is specific to our area. Not sure how this came about with the fact that the Victoria Centre BIA and the Clifton Hill BIA have had long-standing issues with any type of pop-up vendors, food trucks, or any business that does not pay municipal taxes as we all do. I'm asking you to defer this topic until the Clifton Hill BIA, Mr. Oakes was also included in this email. The Clifton Hill BIA and the Victoria Centre BIA have fully looked at the bylaw and can give input. I'm also asking that the city put hold on approving any seasonal business license inside the Victoria Centre and Clifton Hill until it comes back to council. So they're not mentioning about taking away existing, but they're asking that we don't approve anymore. So that came from Mr. Parker.
So maybe, okay, so we'll add that to the motion. That's okay by the seconder. Who seconded? Councillor, you're good with the seconder? Okay, it's a good idea. Well, if there's no further, yes, Mr. Clerk?
Just for a bit of a point of clarification and some history, just looking at a staff report from 2007 when this bylaw was passed, it does state in that report, and I can report back in the next 2 cycles, that the Victoria Centre BIA and the Clifton Hill BIAs were involved, and after some consultation, in the creation of this seasonal business license. So maybe the current staff at that BIA knew nothing about it, since we're going back, you know, some 18 years. So I just wanted to point out that this this bylaw or this license came about with consultation with the two BIAs.
Okay, that's good insight. Thank you for that, Mr. Clerk. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous, and we're going to get that dealt. Thank you, Mr. Basal. Appreciate
Thank you very much for having us. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Now we go to 7.4, levels of service asset management plan presentation.
You sound so excited. Sounds so exciting.
Very exciting. Some musical chairs going on.
Good evening, everyone, through the chair. Thank you for having us this evening. As the mayor so adequately put it, we're bringing forward the 2025 Levels of Service Asset Management Plan. We've been working on it across the city for the last year, and we're happy to bring it to you this evening. Pending your approval, it will get registered with the Ministry of Infrastructure, as it is due to the ministry by July 1st of this year, 2025. So I'm going to pass it over to Amanda Beatty from Aspire Consulting, and she's going to kick off the presentation for us.
Super.
Great. Thank you very much. I'm also joined by our team, Hemson. We have Andrew Marabella and Christopher Belletti here as well, so they'll jump in on the slides as we go.
Super. Good.
Okay, so this is, the asset management plan is more of an addendum. So we do have the 2022 and 2024 asset management plans that were both passed by council, the core and the non-core. So this is really leading on to that. So we're developing the proposed levels of service as per OREG 588 requirements of Section 6. So within that, we're looking at the existing levels of service set by the city previously, narrowing in on what are the exact levels of service we want to try to achieve for our assets across the city. And really, what makes sense? What kind of data do we have that can support those levels of service? So that we continuously report on them, and they feed that information back to us that can provide informed decision making. So we know where our infrastructure investments need to be, and then we're moving forward and actually calibrating the performance on those. So where are we currently with each of those levels of service? So if we have a PCI, so pavement condition index of how are our roads, what kind of condition are they in? We're setting those targets based on available information to date. And then we're looking at defining the targets. So that's moving towards our proposed levels of service of where we want to be, recognizing where we need to increase, maintain, or maybe decrease some of our service levels. So through this, we did a lot of different workshops. We reached out and had a lot of different public engagement opportunities. So we heard from the community. We were also able to talk with our subject matter experts in-house, do some benchmarking across the industry, where kind of our service levels probably should be, where they are currently based on performance. And what was loud and clear is that we want to see transportation needs to see an increase in levels of service. So we did see an increase in condition of the paved roads and the sidewalks. In order to do that, we looked at different scenario planning that obviously has an impact financially, has an impact in terms of what is the service that is given to the community based on that. So we are looking at the optimal point being that 2.2% increase in rows for all paved asset classes. And that scenario would require an additional 1.58 million. And with that, I'll pass it over to Tara.
Thank you very much. So yes, as Amanda said, we did quite a bit of public consultation. We were out at the library, we were at McBain, we were at the Gale Center out talking to people to get their feedback about where their property taxes are being spent currently and where they'd like to see possibly more investment. And like Amanda said, what we really heard over and over again was in our road network. That's where we want to direct our investment. We'd be willing to pay more on our taxes if we could direct more money to the roads. So as Amanda said, essentially what we're doing is setting the levels of service for our road network. So what this graphic shows you right now is about only 17.8% of our local roads are in good or better condition, which means the remainder of them are in from fair to very poor condition. That's based on age, and that's also based on detailed condition assessment information. This was also based on our 2024 assessment. So in 2024, we drove all the roads to get the updated condition assessment so that we could adequately estimate how much money we would need to invest in our road network. As we said, we showed this graphic to the residents, and they were in agreement that if they had to spend more money, they would want to invest it into the road network. Just as an example, what we did for the residents, because we wanted to give them sort of something, a visual reference that they could look at. It's one thing to talk PCI, Pavement Condition Index, but the average person doesn't know what that is. So essentially what we broke it down to was a 5-scale rating system from very good to very poor. But then again, we wanted to be able to provide a visual confirmation to residents of what does a very good road look like, what does a very poor road look like. So what we heard anecdotally was they would like to reinvest in the road network so that the roads, as many roads as possible, could be in good or better condition. So that's what we heard back, and that was the analysis that we did. This slide doesn't come out as much for you, but what we wanted to show is we look at current condition, and then what we do is we predict what condition will be in the future based on our reinvestment levels. So the map on your left-hand side is our local road network, and that's the existing condition. So you can kind of see there's still a fair amount of green, yellow, and red. Those are they're still in good condition. But on the right-hand side of the screen, if you imagine 5 years from now, we're still investing the same amount into our road network, but the average PCI is still falling because we're not investing enough into the roads network. So you can see visually that even if we continue to invest in the road, our local roads will continue to deteriorate. For example, looking at this, the current state is 17.8% are good and better. If we just accelerate this 5 years from now, that 17.8% would drop to 9% fairly quickly. So what the legislation requires us to do is not only develop an asset management plan, but design a financial strategy that will get us there. So we all know what our base level of service is. We went back to the residents, said, where do you want your service levels to be? They said we wanted more on the road. So that's great, but we have to figure out how to fund that. So we have to build a financial strategy that looks at how to fund this preferred level of service over the next 10 years. So we have to have a long-term financial forecast. And part of that is doing a feasible 10-year plan that's financially achievable to the city. You'll hear about that in a couple of minutes. A plan that basically says the city knows where their finances are going over the next 10 years and how much it's going to cost us to meet levels of service targets. Looking at not only capital reinvestment, but looking at operating reinvestment as well. And as well, this is key to have this financial strategy. Not only is it a good planning piece, but what it does, it helps to show to the province that we're doing long-range planning. Quite often, a lot of the province are asking for proofs of our asset management plans now. Quite a few grant applications, you have to put your hyperlink in there so that they see the asset management plan. We'll have to do the same thing for this. So chances are when you're doing your grant fund applications, they'll be looking to the city to make sure we're compliant with the legislation, and this plan will make us compliant. Handing it over to Hemson.
Thank you, and good evening, Council. So the financial plan has been put together, and with consideration of kind of the information that kind of preceded this in terms of the cost analysis and where the city needs to go in terms of their long-term projections to meet their levels of service. What we then did is we took the cost analysis, which is kind of looked at on the right side of the bar here, which totals $750 million over a 10-year period. And we think about the cost analysis only as it relates to asset management type activities. So what is the city spending on their operations and maintenance components as it relates to managing your municipal infrastructure? What are the capital asset repair and replacement requirements over that period? We'll see a box in there about growth. We don't necessarily take into consideration the first round capital acquisition because a lot of that is funded through development charges, but recognize that once the city then takes on that new asset, you're now responsible for managing it, maintaining it, and replacing it over long term. So we bring in what those cost analysis and what those costs look like over that 10-year period related to that new growth-related infrastructure. Then on the same kind of token, we look at the revenue side. And we look at what are our revenues in the city over the next 10 years as it, again, directly relates to the asset management activity. So what are we currently spending on capital? And we took a very detailed look at your operating budget in terms of what your transfers to reserve fund are, specifically related to capital, as well as our current tax-supported funding budget for those operations and maintenance costs. And that's what we map out over that totals are $585.8 million. And within that, we did take into consideration some grant funding that's coming in, largely on your CCBF allocations, which we've considered to be more of a constant revenue source in the city, and then OCIF allocations to the extent that they're still available for the next couple of years if we continue to be under the 100,000 people threshold. What we then see is the delta between the cost side and the revenue side. And that gives us an infrastructure gap of $164 million. And that gap is really what we're trying to solve for in terms of what do we need to do in order to bridge that gap over the planning horizon. And, for us to think about that number is, what does that mean from a tax levy perspective? And to put the plan into context, that's where we calculate 2.75% tax levy impact. And that's an annual increase each year in order to bridge that gap over the planning period. We recognize that is a substantial increase each year. That's why part of the plan is to understand what the implications are, understand what the tax levy requirements are, and how do we plan for that, and how do you integrate that into your budget process. And that's part of what the recommendation is, to try and bring that information so you have better information to move into your decision-making process for your budget deliberations. So we do the same analysis for the rate setting assets. So that was the tax ones. Now we look at your water and wastewater infrastructure. Similar type of analysis. On the cost side, we have about $330 million worth of expenditures over the planning horizon. And then we have on the revenue side about $270 million. The gap here is about $58 million, so not as drastic as it is on the tax support infrastructure side. But we then look at what the utility rate increase requirements are going to be, and whether it's a one-time rate increase of 9% in 1 year, that would get us to bridge the gap if that level of funding is maintained over the planning horizon. Or if we were to look at smooth increases year over year, it's about 2% over the planning horizon. One thing that I do want to stress is that this is looking strictly at capital. So particularly with rate setting and your rate infrastructure, some of the costs are going to be out of your control. The water comes from the region of Niagara, so they're going to have cost implications on top of that. There's going to be inflation pressures on your operating budget. So we do want to stress that this is really looking at the asset management requirements and the capital investment needs here. One of the things that we've taken into consideration on the utility rate side of it is we're trying to also incorporate some of the non-growth related share of the infrastructure. There's a master servicing plan underway, which will better inform those decisions. But in the interim, we have taken into some consideration of what is currently in your development charge background study in terms of what the rate related share of that infrastructure is. So in addition to the traditional kind of state of good repair asset management activities, we did want to bring to light some of the additional capital investment needs that the city would have to potentially endeavor against in terms of your strategic initiative and service level enhancement projects. These are specific projects that generally align with the city's long-term goals, your policy priorities, your master plans that fall outside of your kind of repair of an existing infrastructure or replacement of an existing asset. These are going to be new assets or other assets that aren't really funded from development charges, but aren't really an existing state of good repair activity. But there are extensive capital infrastructure needs that are there. And within that, there's about $130 million in terms of capital needs there that we brought into play here. And that would be on top of the state of good repair activities. And those activities sometimes might not get exactly necessarily a tax levy increase to do that. You're going to look to some alternative sources, whether it be likely external debt or external funding, which are going to come into play. That is an important element that we need to consider as while you're making your decisions on asset management. There's also additional expenditures that you need to do, and in order to move the city forward, that you'll have to consider in terms of your overall tax levy composition. So when we think about the long term here, there's opportunities and ways that you're going to look to address those gaps that we've talked about. And I'll talk a little bit about some of the financial solutions to it, and Tara will then take over and look a little bit more of the cost control measures and options to reduce some of the expenditures and different kind of non-financial solutions to it. The one simple way, and certainly the way that we've kind of shown it and calculated, is a direct impact and increase to your dedicated levy. Increasing your tax supported levy that goes directly to asset management would, over the long term, reduce that gap. Similar on the utility rate side, increases to your utility rates will increase your revenue sources in terms of your transfers to reserve and your capital contributions that are going to go to your capital investment opportunities. There are other opportunities that you'll continue to do, and what you've been doing a good job at is looking to your provincial and federal governments to help bridge the gap on some of those big ticket strategic initiatives, as well as your asset management requirements. So look at the government to help kind of offset some of those costs. Optimizing your investment revenues, increasing your user fees, kind of diversifying your revenue streams as much as you can. Recognizing, I think one of the things that Tara rightly pointed out, as when the government is looking at grant opportunities, it also is good show to say that this is what the city is doing. We have a plan in place in order to address our gap, and certainly any additional funding that comes online is going to help bridge that gap a lot sooner. So part of that is putting the effort forward to show that we're doing our part in order to try and limit this gap and invest in our infrastructure over the longer term.
Thanks, Andrew. Yeah, so Andrew identified some ways that we could increase revenue, recognizing that's not the only mechanism we have. We can control or reduce expenses. So there are a couple areas where we could consider this. One of them is reduction in service levels, so allowing our roads to deteriorate or be in poorer condition, allowing our buildings to deteriorate or be in poorer condition. We can look at increasing our acceptable risk tolerance levels. So if you recall, we brought forth both asset management plans in 2022 and 2024. They're all based on risk matrices, which looks at the potential consequences of failure of that asset. Right now, we are very risk adverse right now, but the available, but we could look at lowering that risk tolerance to allow to bring down service levels. We could divest of city assets. We have a lot of assets here at the city. We have a lot of buildings that maybe we could look at divesting of them, getting rid of our capital requirements and our O&M requirements. And of course, exploring additional rehabilitation technologies. So as you know, a lot of the times when we're doing asset management, we're looking at the condition of the asset and the failure of that asset. There are things that we can do from an engineering perspective to extend the service life of that asset, which we do quite frequently now. Our sewer lining program. So where we might get a sewer, the original sewer might last 80 years, we're putting in liners that are going to make them last another 50 years, which we're getting more money out of it, which is lowering the gap log in the back, or the backlog and the gap, I'm sorry. So continuing to explore in those technologies, looking at rehabilitating manholes versus replacing them, for example, looking at optimizing our fleet optimization and utilization policies. There's lots of different options where we can look to try to address this gap. Recognizing that we can't address the gap all today, we have brought forth several recommendations that are in the council reports. What we're asking of you tonight is that council approve the city's levels of service asset management plan and level of service financial strategy, which was put together with in accordance with the Ontario Reg 58817. That council receive the tax-supported information of the plan that identifies a funding gap of roughly $300 million over the next 10 years, which is comprised of $164 million to meet proposed levels of service and an additional $138 million for service level enhancements and strategic investments, which Andrew just spoke about. Number 3, that council receive the rates supported for water, wastewater financial information of the plan that identifies a funding gap of $58 million over the next 10 years to support growth and to meet service level targets. Number 4, that council directs staff to make the plan publicly available on the city's website on or before July 1st, which is the deadline. That council directs staff to submit the plan to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs by the same deadline, July the 1st. And lastly, that council directs staff to incorporate recommendations of the asset management plan, including the financing strategy, the development of a 10-year capital budget and preferred levels of service, and utilization of a risk-based prioritization model to increase asset condition knowledge into the 2026 capital budget process. So tonight, we're not asking you to approve any increases whatsoever. That will all go through the regular budget process, which happens in the fall. But we just wanted to preempt you so that you're aware of what's going on. And as well, we'll come back during the budget cycle to refresh your memory on some of this. So that's the end of our presentation this evening. We're happy to take any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Was very detailed. I've got Councillor Lococo, then Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for the presentation. I just want to understand, I know we're not implementing the percentages that you suggested, but it's 2.75 for a dedicated levy, and then an additional, if we don't do the 9% as a one-shot deal, it's 2%. So the 2.75 and the 2 is now 4.75, and that would be the recommendation for next year without anything else.
But 2.75 on the tax and 2% on the rate.
On the rate, okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you. But it still will be 2.75 on the tax.
That's what we're going to ask for, yes.
Thank you. I wanted to go through this approving the asset management plan. So if we approve this, you're going to send it to the province. What are we actually approving then? Because the last one says direct staff to incorporate recommendations of the asset management plan.
Yep, and that's the same thing. So we're asking that the CAO endorse the asset management plan and that it be received by council, but it does not impact any direct decision making right now. It's just that you recognize that this type of documentation will be used in planning across the city, that we have, and that we're meeting the legislative guideline.
Okay, I have some more comments later, but those were my questions.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Patel.
To you, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for the presentation. What I want to see is how realistic are the revenue forecast over the 10 years that we can, we can carry on with this asset management plan?
So through the mayor, that's an excellent question. We've been fairly conservative on the revenues. We've kind of maintained almost our existing 2025 budget allocations over the 10-year horizon, and we've limited on external grants. So we haven't put in funding that's not confirmed or not known into our forecast. So it really is looking at what we've already currently contributing to asset management today and maintaining that level of contribution over the period in constant $2025, so no even adjustments for inflation.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Mr. One more question, a couple more questions. Through you, Mr. Mayor, what alternative funding options are considered to reduce the need of levy increase? Have we looked at any other option than just go to the directed levy? Is there any options like, the debt?
Yeah, so through the mayor, certainly there's going to be other alternatives that you can look to. Your tax-supported contributions as well as your utility rates are the major sources of revenue for these types of activities. That said, there are opportunities where you look at expanding your user fees. And anytime you can leverage increasing revenues in other sources obviously helps offload the pressures on your operating budget on the tax base, which you can use to leverage that funding to other sources, and including kind of reinvesting in your capital assets. Over that term, you'll look at, perhaps how you can best use and leverage debt financing, your grant funding opportunities, as well as your OLG funding and how you can better use that. Or if additional money comes in, you can further contribute using that money into your plan. And again, we've been somewhat conservative on how we use those sources of funds as well in terms of your dedication to asset management.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we are approving the strategy in principle as of now that we want to follow this plan. But what happens if you do not approve that 2.75% tax levy increase every year? How do we go on with that?
Then we're going to have to report back to the government as to why we're not going to meet those service levels, and we'll have to reduce service levels.
So are we approving it for 10 years, or are we going to annual basis, we're going to look at the levy? Every year we're going to approve 2.75%, or it will be done for 10 years at one time?
Yeah, it's an annual decision. And this is new territory for the province and for municipalities. So this is a disciplined approach that the province has put in place for us to, for the municipalities to not ignore this issue and to come up with a rational plan. It's our understanding that the province is going to take these plans in, analyze them, and then come back with some guidance. So, but our plan will change every year. There's lots of things that will go on in these plans. I'll give an example. The McBain Center I'll use the Gale Center for hockey. That might have a 40-year life left to it. But I don't know what hockey demand is going to be in 40 years. So we could save money for that, but we may not need a 4-pad going forward, and we may actually not replace that with a 4-pad, and that will change all our calculations and our numbers. So this is a guideline that, we have to come up with a number because it's a mathematical exercise to the plan. That number does not necessarily mean that's the number that's going to be required. There's too many variables in that, but we have to start somewhere. The province has forced us to start somewhere. This is the first step on the journey. So I don't want council to think, this is required and written in stone. It's not. As we get more data, and these two individuals will be the first one to say, there's data holes in what we have. We're better than some other communities, but there's plans to fill in those holes even more and get more fine-tuned on that. So this will be a year-by-year thing, but it will come to council every single year to be evaluated.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so we have to, what if we fall behind? How are we going to deal with that as a city? Because, there will be a time when council says we already have lots going on and we have quite a few percentage of, for example, 4% of operating budget, and we have already 1.5% capital levy built in already. So what if council decides not to go forward with it? I understand they said they'll talk to the, it'll go to the provincial level, but how would we deal with it?
Yeah, so, you don't necessarily need to deal with it in each year. You can deal with it over a period of time, so you can smooth some of those impacts out. But council and staff will make decisions on, do we need the assets that are there? Are there different ways to fund those assets? Mm-hmm. So it doesn't necessarily mean a levy charge. It could be user fee charges. We could use more reserves to fund that in, sell off another asset and do that. So there's lots of options out there. It just, there is a timeline by the province set. This is the first thing to tick the box at this point in time. There's a lot of work that's been put to it. But this will evolve over the next 5 to 10 years. So, the one thing I'll guarantee is that in 3 years' time, those numbers will be different than what you see today because it evolves.
Okay, thank you. Because my biggest, Mr. Mayor, the one thing I worry about is province does put lots of pressure on us for doing certain things, and they do want us to follow certain rules, but we are at the forefront and we have to answer to the taxpayers, because when we are talking about 2.75% by added plus our usual inflation rate levy, that's a lot of percentage we're talking about, and that's what taxpayers are worried about, that we are implementing 2.75% capital levy for 10 years. That's why I want clarification, because I did have people reaching out to me. And other thing is, one question was raised to me by one of the residents is, how can we as a current council can implement taxes for the future council? That was the one question. That's why I wanted to know if it's the annual thing or we are approving it for 10 years. So that was the one question. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you for that. Any other questions of council? Yes, got Councillor Strange, then Baldinelli.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think that when this was implemented from the province, maybe Mr. Nicol, a few years, like how many years? 2018?
Yeah, the reg was implemented in
17? Yeah. And it's a good idea. Just like you have a house, so you got to plan on fixing your house, your roof. You're 20 years away or whatever it is. But I just can't. We're in a pretty good position, I think, financially, Niagara Falls. I just can't see the province in 5 years punishing a municipality for not being able to afford to fix something. You know what I mean? And what would they do, say, in 10 years? There's so many municipalities way worse position than we are in Ontario. I'm just wondering what would happen if in 10 years they didn't fix it. And yes, they would lose grants, they would lose whatever, but ultimately what would happen? They would just extend it another 10 years? Does anyone know the answer, to tell you the truth? Because you know what, like you said, if I don't have money for a roof, I borrow it. I got to borrow money from somewhere, you know what I mean? It's 5 years away, 4 years, 3 years. Ultimately, it's got to be affordable. And if, I'm not willing to put up, raise taxes up 2.5% just on that capital levy every year for that 10-year plan. Like people are in a tough position right now. And it's just going to get tougher and tougher and tougher, if not only for our municipality, but every municipality, including the region. It's going to be really tough on the region. I just can't see the province, to tell you the truth, following through with this in the end, because so many provinces and the residents are just going to be screaming, because they're not going to want to see, a 2.5% just on this asset management plan, plus the other percentage we're going to have to put up. They're going to be looking at like a 10% levy every year, and it's not reasonable. It really isn't.
Do you want to weigh in?
Yeah, so through the mayor, and no one, I guess, perhaps knows the answer what will happen in 10 years from the province. I think the biggest point here, though, is just to reiterate the CEO's comment, this part of this is an annual update, and that's really what they're pushing for, because there is actually a requirement every year to come back to council with a progress report. And part of this is the first time municipalities are really looking at a 10-year plan with levels of service and saying, what are the financial commitments in order to get there? And if we continue to monitor it, we can really see how our financial commitments, our investments are actually translating into the service levels that we want to do. And that's going to help evolve your own decision-making going forward. So it's about that evolving process, and hopefully within the 10 years, the municipality will come to terms of what they actually truly need to do.
Oh, no, totally. I totally agree. I just think in 10 years, we're going to be in the same position right now. Well, we fell behind on that asset. Now, the province, whether it's going to be the same government or not, is going to have to make a decision on whether they want to keep with this program or what. Because I don't think anyone really knows what the future of this program is.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Baldinelli.
Well, thank you so much through you, chairs, for the presentation. I agree with Councillor Strange on asset managers actually required, and I understand it's built take a lot of work to be done, basically. And it was pushed down to us, obviously, from the province, because it needed to be done. But the build homes faster, push everything down to you, and then don't give you anything to help you. Your infrastructure is weak and stuff. Have we looked at ways to make, through Mr. Burgess was saying, we have an arena that'll last 40 years. Why don't we have an arena that lasts 100 years? I'm not sure why an arena, my house is 60, not deteriorating too much. I'm not sure why we have facilities that deteriorate so quickly through normal use. It's, you know, you don't have enough soldiers on the floor to keep it up. That's what usually happens. But for example, I was just make some notes that you're lining all those sewers or pipes. Are they waste sewer pipes?
Sanitary, and we're doing
Storm as well. I mean, does that mean that in the future those roads will only have to be scraped and paved?
Well, yes, because the underground will last another 50 years.
Yeah. Okay. So now, how do we make, in your opinion, we have obviously, you know, a road that's less traveled deteriorates just as quickly as one that's traveled a lot, right? So we have solved. How do we improve what we do? Do we take the best technologies from all over the world and say, you know, here's a road, we're going to build it right, and it's going to last 55 years instead of 30? Do we do things like that to make our dollar go further?
We do. We want to optimize the life cycle of the assets within that corridor right of way, right? And that's why it's so critical to not only look at your above ground assets, but you have to consider your underground assets. Last thing we want to do is do new shave and pave on a road and then have the sewer collapse the next year and have to dig up the road again. So we have staff and we have tools that allow us to do the analysis that looks at everything that's under the ground as well as above the ground, and we try to optimize it. So for example, if we want to get another 10 years out of the sanitary because we think we can squeeze them out of it, maybe we'll just do a surface coat over the road to get us, buy us another 10 years. So that when we are actually digging up the infrastructure, everything's optimized in terms of life cycle replacement. So we use quite a bit of mapping software. We have capital planning analysts that look at this stuff all the time. We're constantly collecting condition information so we know what the condition of those buried assets are when we're considering the road.
Now, have we ever thought of, through you, Mayor, you know, this is maybe a 20 or 30-year project, correct? Continuous improvement.
Continuous improvement, yeah.
Have we ever, you know, thought of possibly having a division within the city or within cities that does our own work? Versus always, well, look at, you're looking at $750 million. Let's say $250 million of that is profit, a loss that we can extend other roads or better pave them. Is that a viable solution going forward, in your opinion?
Having in-house resources versus doing a third party, I think it depends on the service that you're providing. In some instances, I think the city is the best service provider and can provide the best service. But maybe when you're talking like a bulk program, we just don't have the man force to do it. Then we would issue a contract. But optimizing that thing, right? Can we do it less expensive? Is there a risk that the city doesn't want to take on that we want to pass down to the contractor? There's those considerations as well.
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you for that. Any other comments or questions? Now, what about, so this is great that you talked about, and I know there's always emerging technologies, right, that are coming out, like the lining of the pipes is an trenchless technology. And what about things like, and I don't know if you said it and I missed it, I apologize, chip and tar, you know, as something less expensive that buys us time. Were things like that factored into this, or those are things we could do to bring the number down or extend the life? Yes?
So those are overall life cycle costs, right, which we take into it. But as you can imagine and appreciate how many assets we have, that kind of gets diluted down in the mix, right? So where that comes more to the forefront is what I call operationalizing asset management. So we know what the theory should be, but now we actually have to look at the roads in the ground to see what condition they're in to actually plan that program. We're in the middle of developing a 5-year program right now that Eric might want to speak to because I see him smiling and nodding his head. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, thank you. And through the mayor, the work we did to reach out to the public, and even personally as I drive around, you know, it's no surprise that our road network is probably the biggest source of complaints that come to my desk. And not only is it a nuisance, there's a risk to those who are driving the roads that their vehicles are damaged or there's collisions because the roads they could be in a better condition. So we're looking into all of those things, Mr. Mayor. We're planning to come back around budget time with a 5-year road plan. What that will do is it will identify the list of roads that are planned for the next 5 years within the next 5 years. But what we need is to determine what the funding source is. So we're going to come back with a list of roads, but if we want to get out of this death spiral, I'll call it, of road deterioration, we're going to need a significant investment. And with that investment, with the dedicated investment, then we can predict which roads we're getting to. It might mean some are a chip and tar, and we approved about $1 million to do work around Stamford High School this year with that very reason. And we've done some work around Valleyway Street on that, and it's been very successful. So we're using the levels of service levers, I call them, right? We might need to pull this service level down a little bit to save some costs. Maybe pull this one up a little bit and increase the cost but get better services from it, or find ways to make the overall cost less expensive. On the road specifically, I think we need to start to look seriously at that investment. We're coming back to you this fall, and we'll have more information to share there. But I just want this to be that primer that we are going to need to look at a significant increase. And the reason that is so important is because when you start to spend money on fixing the worst first in your roads, it costs exponentially more than it does to keep good roads good. So I'm going to be coming to you to ask that we spend 10% of our roads budget on keeping good roads good. And those aren't the roads that we get complaints on, but if we do a good job, in 20 years from now, we'll be handing those budgets over to our predecessor, those coming after us, with healthy budgets and good roads all across the city. So we need to invest in fixing them and keeping them good at the same time. That's why this is such a critical time to make that investment, and then it will sort of drop off over the period of time while we catch up.
Did you say death spiral or death spiral? I wasn't sure I could.
Mr. Mayor, I think it might be a bit of both.
Okay.
And he also said he's staying around for 20 years.
Yes.
Okay, I've got Councillor Baldinelli, then Lococo.
Thank you, through Mayor. For you, Eric, how do you keep good roads good?
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor. So the roads go through a life cycle of deterioration. So just like your car, right? So if you change the oil on your car regularly, your engine should last for a long period of time. On our roads, we need to crack seal them. We need to make sure the edges are shouldered properly. And when they start to show signs of deterioration, we need to come in and do a skim. We call it a mill and pave or a shave and pave. That is about 1/10 of the cost of digging the whole road out. And if you do that regularly, you can do 6 or 7 different shave and paves before the base starts to fail. So if you do that over the 100-year life cycle of that road, it's cheaper per year to maintain it. Waiting for them to fail may be okay, but in a situation where it might be a cul-de-sac, where nobody's driving 80 kilometers an hour in a cul-de-sac, nobody's crashing into an oncoming car in a cul-de-sac. So we're looking at levels of service that identify that arterial and collector roads need to be kept at a higher standard. And if someone is complaining about their cul-de-sac not being maintained, it's because we have this deficit and because we're looking at risk. And those are the things that are going to drive us to reinvest in those roads.
Okay, Councillor Lococo.
A few minutes ago, you asked for more comments. Are you taking comments now, or do you want comments after the motion? You did ask for comments.
Yeah, because we're just gonna, I think this motion doesn't commit us to anything, so, well, tell you what, you want to make the motion,
No.
Councillor? No?
No.
Okay. Okay, do I have anyone that would like to make the motion? There are,
Actually, that's still a presentation, so we should just go to the report and accept the report with the motion.
Okay.
We're still at presentation.
okay. Do you want to make the motion to receive the report, Councillor?
I'll make the motion to receive the report, but I don't
Yep.
agree at this point to send it to the province or anything
Yeah,
else.
so we're just receiving the report.
Okay.
So motion by Councillor Coco, second by Councillor Dabrowski. All those in favor? Okay, so that's done now.
Okay, great.
And then now we're dealing with the recommendations. Now, do we have anyone that wants to make the motion the recommendations? There's 6 recommendations that don't, as I understand it, that don't commit us. This refers it to the budget process. Is that right? Yep, okay, motion by Councillor Dabrowski. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Pietrangelo. Okay, so you're all set to speak to it, Councillor?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This is such a critical exercise, and I know a lot of information goes into it, and there's a lot of maneuvering. We don't have a great big pot of money just to fix everything, so we're trying to have a balancing act. I think we're putting the cart before the horse, and maybe that's a parent saying or even a grandparent saying. Maybe we need to come up with a better term than the cart before the horse. But I know I've brought it up, and Councillor Newestig has brought it up before, that I think we really need to look at our levels of service. We need to look at what is mandatory, what is discretionary, what kind of buildings, and I know it was mentioned in the report about maybe selling some of our assets. I think we need to do all of that before we come up to a report like this that we're going to submit to the government, because next year I don't want to hear, well, we've committed this 2.75 or the 2%. I know it's stating that we're not, but why would we submit it to the government if it's not going to hold us into those percentages?
Mr. CEO, go ahead.
The report's based upon current service levels. So at the end of the day, we have to report to the province based upon that. Council has those opportunities each year to change the service levels. Now when we change service levels, you know, one of the questions council and staff have to ask and answer is, what is the impact on the AMP? So the, you know, at the end of the day, it's a requirement from the province, and staff assumed current service levels through the process. Service levels are at the discretion of council, and when you make those decisions on service levels, we have to figure out what the impact is on the AMP. So this exercise was to essentially comply with the province's requirements at current service levels. So there is no decisions by council like adjusting those service levels. What you have today, this is what it'll cost, and that's why it is referred to budget, because that's when some of those service level discussions will be made at that point in time. And then we will amend the AMP next year for those decisions that are made.
Thank you. The challenge I have with this is it's 2.75 and 2% for next year on the current levels of service that we have now. And we haven't decided on those levels of service. And that's why I'm saying we really need to look at everything all out on the table and figure out what we want to keep, what we don't want to do, what the risk levels. I understand that this report is mandatory, but I think we're putting the report together before we've even had an opportunity to discuss those levels of service. So I do understand what you're saying, but to me, I think we're doing it backwards.
Anything further? No? Okay. To that point, yep. Yep, go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, just on that point, Your Worship, and maybe Mr. Burgess can correct me if I'm understanding it wrong, but the report says 2.75%, but if council decided that they're going to implement like a 1% capital levy this year, then throughout the year, all we do is we have different discussions on level of service. Maybe we divest some more assets that we have. Maybe next year it comes back and then that 2.75 moves down to 2.5 because of some of the decisions that we've made. Just because it says 2.75, it doesn't mean that we have to implement that 2.75. And there's a lot of moving parts that are going to happen through now and next year. And it's not even divesting of assets. I mean, recently, you know, or a little bit reluctantly, perhaps we closed Mitchelson Pool, but that's an asset that the city had. We didn't actually divest it. We didn't sell it. But we no longer have that asset. We don't have to put money into it. So there's all those kinds of decisions that get made over the next year. So that 2.75 is going to change next year depending on how much we raise our capital levy and what decisions we make over the course of the next year. Would that be correct?
Mr. CEO?
That is correct. There's also debt level. The assumptions in the report maintain a constant level of debt. So you could, you know, change your debt level, which smooths out that impact over 20 years. So yeah, there are a number of variables that have to be, like, the reality is the province needed to start somewhere, and the province wanted to have a snapshot of where are we as a province. And I have some sympathy to the province. The province gets asked every time to contribute to whether it's a hockey arena or a bridge or whatever. And if I'm the province, I might, you know, say to a municipality, well, you know, you asked me 20 years ago for funding for a hockey arena, and now you're asking me to fund the hockey arena's repairs. Maybe in those 20 years you could have raised enough money to be self-sufficient, but that doesn't happen. So now now the province is essentially saying, you know, they have some of their own issues and they're willing to support, but at least have a plan there that the province can review. And I think what you'll see is you will see significant changes in 4 or 5 years on how the province allocates its money out. And it's going to be, you know, if they know that, listen, there's going to be a huge issue on roads and bridges, or if there's going to be a huge issue on water infrastructure, they might now start saying, you know what, we need to plan for this 10 years ahead, because if I'm going to be a third funding partner, I need to know that. But what happens today, it's like, you know, people just start coming to them saying, I got this crisis or this crisis, and they have no visibility into it because it's not their assets. But we want them and the feds to pay a third. So, you know, I wouldn't get too, you know, like, my view of this is the province is forcing municipalities to act like grown-ups, quite frankly, on their assets. I think this helps council, because council every time is under pressure. People want a dog park, people want a skateboard thing, they want this other thing, they want more and more and more, and it's very hard to take anything away. And I think this is a tool that really starts to demonstrate what is the full cost of the ask. Because everyone can raise the $1 million to buy that fixed asset, but no one thinks about replacing that fixed asset. So I think it's a tool for the province to get good visibility on it. I think it's a tool for council. So when the asks come in, we can have that, full costing, full life cycle costing analysis to the residents. So I understand your concern that, this is a bit of a cart before the horse. I would say that there's no cart and there's no horse. We're just trying to get to the picture at this point in time. This is really about saying, what is the picture today? And over the next 5 to 10 years, we're going to start figuring out, what we need to address the picture. And you got to start somewhere, and this is a good start. And like I said, I'll guarantee you, in 2 or 3 years, the picture is going to be completely different, because we'll have to make these decisions.
Through the mayor, I guess, to the CAO, what report is actually going to the province? Is it what we see in front of us, or is it another format that goes to the province?
It was hyperlinked at the last page.
I didn't see a hyperlink, I'm sorry.
It's under the, yeah.
Under the presentation, or no, under the report?
Yeah, through the mayor, councillor, in our staff report, MW 17, the very last appendix is a hyperlink to our Let's Talk page. That is the draft final report.
Like the page 18, page 19, like those 38 pages, that's the report.
So, councillor, we included the executive summary in the actual appendix of the staff report, and we're both scrolling together to get there as well. Attachment number 2, which is page 38 of 38, has a link. That links you to the full report.
I didn't click on that link. It's not working.
We didn't want to include several hundred pages in the agenda.
Yeah, it's not working.
Okay, we can send that around to council as a separate item.
Okay, I just want to know what's in the report that is saying to the provincial government what we are committing to. If it's just a snapshot of where we are and where we should be and not committing, I'm okay with it. But if in this report it says that we are going to commit to the 2.75 or whatever to get to that level of service or that asset management plan, that's what I'm concerned about.
Yeah, and I'll, if I screw up, I'll have the 3 individuals there correct me. Essentially, what we are disclosing to the province is, to our best knowledge and estimates, these are the assets we have. This is the anticipated funding gap that we have. And we have to disclose a strategy. And the strategy is as good as the day it's written on, because financing strategy will change. So in essence of any other financial strategy, on the day we issue the report, it's a tax increase going forward. Every other municipality is going to be the exact same boat unless their council's dedicated some type of reserve to it. So that's what it is. The reality is that change, we have to report annually. There's going to be a change to that financing strategy after this first budget, and there will be a change to that financing strategy in the second budget. And I'm not sure when we update them on the asset, like the quality of the assets and revising the gaps. Is that done annually?
Sure, no. So we do redo the asset management plan every 5 years.
Every 5 years.
But annually, starting next year, we'll be reporting annually on the progress. So what we'll have to do is come to council, say, remember our staff report, our council report, this is how we are performing. This is the amount of money we've reinvested. This is the condition of the asset, so that you can see over time where we're investing our money and how that's impacting the condition of the asset, which of course is impacting your proposed levels of service.
Yeah. So, and again, this is a monumental leap for municipalities and the province. This will be the first time they will ever really have visibility into their total asset infrastructure, because right now you see these reports that come out and say they estimate X number of billions of dollars, and they're really doing is, you know, averaging the number of road kilometers and timesing it by some fixed amount. I think what you will see is in 2 or 3 years' time, the province coming in with new regulations and rules after they've absorbed this information, because this will be a ton of information for them to absorb. And I think that's really where the rubber will hit the road, is in a couple of years' time for this or for the next council.
I mean, it took them 5 years, right, between PSAB and this legislation. That was 2012 to 2017. So like you said, I think they'll probably take the time to digest it and then probably update the legislation.
Okay. Thank you. As long as we can be reassured that it's not going to be 2.75 when the budget comes to us with the 2.0, I'm fine with accepting
Well,
and
that'll be up to
receiving.
us.
Yeah.
Right, but I don't want it that you've already approved it. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Okay, I've got Councillor Carriel and then Patel.
Oh, no, here it is. I guess that this is just one tool of all the tools we're going to use to make up our money, what to do with our money. So I just have one question. Mr. Nicola, are you comfortable that what they're saying is an accurate picture of where we are today?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Didn't expect that question to be put on the spot to Councillor.
Oh, okay.
It's okay. It's a great question.
I mean, we can't answer it.
No, I am as comfortable as the data we have in our systems.
Okay.
And what I would say is that the better data we have through better condition information, the better decision making and the better presentations I can give you on what the picture looks like.
All right, and I'm thinking that you have the best, you're in the best position to give us that information or that opinion. And I think we have no choice but to agree to obviously support the motion and use this as one of the tools. I'm not really that worried. I'm not as worried as Councilor McCoy is about what the province is going to do to us. I mean, they really can't do much because this is kind of a moving target and a moving situation. And based on other things that I've heard tonight before the meeting, other things that are coming up with financial impacts, this is the least of our worries that this council has. We've got a lot more to work on, a lot more things to get into to make sure that we've got our money to go around. So I'm really not afraid to have this as our report. It gives us a good picture, a good snapshot of where we are, and we use it as a tool in the future to go from here. So I'm glad to support the motion and move on.
Thank you for that. Yep. To that
Just
point.
to that point, I'm not concerned about what the province is going to do. I was just concerned that we were implementing those percentages to our taxpayers and ratepayers.
Okay, thank you. Yep. Councillor Patel.
Mr. Mayor, I actually think that doing this asset management plan is a really great idea, even though we are all worried about committing to 2.75% annually. It actually gives us a picture of the condition all of our assets are in. And as Mr. CEO said, it will help us to figure out needs versus wants, and we can spend our taxpayers' money wisely, and we can make our dollar stretch further. So I'm actually really happy that we actually know what condition our assets are in, as long as I'm not committing to anything. So I will support the report.
Thank you for that. And question to you three, are we in the middle of the pack? Where do we sit with the rest of the cities, municipalities you've been working with? How would you classify Niagara Falls?
So we started a group called the Niagara Asset Management Leaders Co-op, and it has members in it from across all the local area municipalities. I can tell you, no two of us are doing the same thing. Everybody's doing the plan a little bit differently, and it's left open to interpretation for some of them. I believe the region's bringing theirs forward. They're kind of in a similar boat that we're in. So we're all kind of in this similar boat in that we're not really sure what the province is going to do with the information, and we're all interpreting it in a different way. But what I will say is it does give us an excellent opportunity to have another planning tool in our toolbox when it comes to figuring out how to work our budgets. Did you want to speak to some of your other clients, maybe?
Sure. I think this is not out of the norm. We're very much seeing an infrastructure deficit across Ontario. I think that's the norm. Recognizing that it's going to take probably more than 10 years to get there, that's the norm too. So I'm not surprised that everyone's not okay with doing that increase right here and right then. I think it's something we'll achieve and we'll continue to work towards. And as you mentioned before too, it's as life cycles change or we bring in new innovative ideas, then we have different ways that we can make our assets go a little bit longer and make more money that way. So
what you're saying, we're kind of all in the same boat right now.
yeah, we're all together. everyone's working together, supporting each other.
No, that's.
Excellent. Okay, so if there's no further questions or comments, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you, great job.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yep. Yep. All right, I'd now like to ask our city clerk to introduce the next item on the agenda.
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw and a plan of vacant land condominium to permit 6 townhouse dwellings and 1 detached dwelling at 6111 Carlton Avenue. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on May 16, 2025, and by posting a sign on the property in question. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the bylaw amendment will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to a city council prior to the adoption and/or passage of the bylaw, may appeal the bylaw amendment to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted. Anyone who would like notice of the passing of the zoning bylaw amendment or would like to preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal, please leave your name on the sign-in sheets that are located outside council chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I now ask Chris Room, our planner 2, to provide an overview and explain the purpose and reason for the proposed draft plan and zoning bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council, staff, and area residents. Thank you for joining the public meeting for zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of condominium application for the lands known as 6111 Carlton Avenue. The application proposes to rezone the subject lands to a site-specific R4 zone to permit the construction of 6 townhouse dwellings and 1 detached dwelling along a private roadway to be constructed through a draft plan of condominium. For some additional context, the original submission included 8 units consisting of 6 townhouse dwellings and 2 semi-detached units. But after concerns were raised from the public, the proposal was revised to remove one of the semi-detached units to provide more parking. The current configuration meets the parking requirements of the zoning bylaw. The lands are designated and conform with the residential designation of the official plan and are currently zoned residential 1E density in accordance with zoning bylaw 79-200. The subject lands are located on the west side of Carlton Avenue and are approximately 350 meters south of Lundy's Lane. The surrounding uses consist of detached dwellings. This site is also less than 500 meters from a WeGo Red Line bus stop and a Route 111 bus stop as well, and is about 100 meters from the Princess Margaret Public School. Here we can see the site layout with the 6 townhouse units and the detached dwelling, which is closer to the front of the street all along the private roadway. Also shown to the east is the existing detached dwelling. Zoning relief is being sought for a few provisions, including permitting a detached dwelling in the R4 zone, a maximum lot frontage of 7.23 meters, a minimum rear yard depth of 1.46 meters, a side yard width of 3.9 meters for Unit 7, and 1.54 for Unit 6. To permit more than 1 dwelling on a lot. The applicant has also requested a minimum privacy yard depth of 3.9 meters to the garage and 6 meters to the dwelling of Unit 7, which is the detached dwelling there to the east. Staff have added a minimum depth of 7.6 meters, side yard depth of 7.6 meters for Units 1 to 6. Those are the townhouse units, just to ensure no further encroachment into the side yard for those townhouses. The applicant requested a parking space length of 5.27 meters for Unit 6. However, after a recent revision to the site plan, this has ensured, or the revision has ensured that all parking space requirements meet the requirements of the bylaw, so this provision is no longer needed and won't be added to the amending bylaw. Finally, a rear yard depth of 3.5 meters is requested for the existing detached dwelling. A public open house was held on February 13th, 2025, and attended by 19 members of the public. Written comments were also received by staff. Notice of the open house was mailed to property owners within a 120-meter radius of the subject lands on January 30th, 2025, and notice of the public meeting was mailed to the same area on May 16th, 2025. A summary of their comments and staff responses are provided here. So there were concerns over the lack of on-site and on-street parking, to which the applicant has removed one of the units, as I mentioned, and provided more on-site parking, which has led to the proposal now meeting the parking requirements under the zoning bylaw. There were concerns over fencing and privacy. The conditions of draft plan approval will require the installation of board-on-board fencing around the perimeter of the property. There was concerns over increased traffic. The development is expected to create less than 5 new bi-directional trips in the peak hours. There were also concerns that the proposal introduces too much density to the site. The density range in accordance with the official plan is 20 to 40 units per hectare, where this proposal provides 24.1 per hectare, which conforms to the official plan. Just carrying forward here, there were concerns about the lands being used potentially for vacation rental units. VRUs aren't permitted in this zone, and establishing a VRU illegally will be enforced through the bylaw division. There were concerns over servicing, to which the submitted FSR did not identify any servicing issues, and Public Works staff offered no objections to the proposal. There were also concerns over the location of snow storage, where snow is going to be stored in the winter months. There's 2 locations identified for snow storage on the site, one on the west side and then one on the south end of the property. Let's see, there were concerns over the presence of large commercial vehicles like snow plows and garbage trucks, to which the fencing in the perimeter, around the perimeter, will provide some mitigation. Additionally, these vehicles are anticipated to infrequently visit the site and only during daytime hours. Lastly, there were concerns over property values, to which there is currently no evidence to suggest that a proposed similar use will negatively impact property values. The proposed development conforms with the provincial, regional, and city policies, as it is transit supportive and supports the achievement of a complete community, will assist the city in meeting its intensification targets, and will provide additional housing choices for residents. The proposal will minimize urban land consumption and efficiently use underutilized land, and is serviced by existing municipal services with no traffic or transportation impacts expected. And the introduction of additional multiple dwellings will contribute to the diversification of housing supply within the urban area, as prescribed by the 2024 provincial planning statement, as well as the regional and official city official plans. In conclusion, staff recommend that Council approve the zoning bylaw amendment to rezone the lands to a site-specific low-density grouped multiple dwellings zone to facilitate the construction of 6 townhouse dwellings and 1 detached dwelling along a private roadway, and a site-specific residential 1E density zone to recognize the existing dwelling as outlined in the report. And also that staff recommend that the draft plan of vacant land condominium be draft approved, subject to the conditions outlined in the report as well. And that concludes the presentation for this application.
Thank you, Mr. Room. Do you have any questions or comments of council? Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to Mr. Room, 3 quick questions. We do not support the 5.27 meter parking in Unit 6. What can be done to fix that?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So we brought that up with the applicant as well, and they have submitted a revised plan. We just weren't able to get it on the agenda in time. Essentially, what we've done is shifted the proposed detached dwelling just a little bit to the right, just to accommodate a bit more space for that parking stall.
Great, thank you. You talked about that there are no vacation rental units allowed. However, there are accessory dwelling units, and if the owner-occupied short-term rental is approved, they could be short-term rentals in the ADU, correct?
You'll have to excuse me through the mayor. I'm not overly familiar with the short-term rental policies that are going to be coming forward, so I don't know if I could speak to that. I think Ms.
We'll go to Ms.
has.
Dolch for that. Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. So that right now we're obviously proposing that they would be introduced to residential areas. Hasn't come forward to council, so I can't tell you whether that would be approved or not, but that the intent is that it would owner-occupied short-term rentals would be allowed in residential areas.
In the accessory dwelling unit in the back?
That's correct. They could be in the house or in the back.
Okay, thank you.
Just for clarification, was there not going to be a distance? They couldn't be within a certain distance of each other?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, that's correct. That's what we're looking at now. Again, it hasn't come back. We heard a lot of your feedback, and we're just about to come back with some of those details. But that is one of the options that we're presenting to you, that there will be a distance separation, because we did hear that from council that there would be some requirements for that.
So just for clarity, so if that were to be implemented, and there were to be one, and I know lots of hypotheticals, potentially there could only be one allowed, if it's 100 meters or depending on what the distance is, because I know there was a proposal in the report originally.
Through your worship thank you, Your Worship. In terms of, so there's a number of factors on this site. Obviously, parking will be one of them as well. They do have to meet the parking requirements of the proposal for owner-occupied short-term rental as well, which they may not be able to meet in this scenario. So those are things that will be coming, like I said, forward to. So there's a number of factors that could impact that these would not be allowed to be owner-occupied.
Okay, thank you. And my last question, I haven't noticed this on another development application. The province has reduced parking requirements all across the board, and we're struggling with that. This report says that the Transportation Department looked at a whole bunch of different things for parking, but they also looked at on-street parking. So I guess my question is, are we going to be looking at on-street parking? What's available, what's not? How are people parking on it overnight? What about in the winter time? We've never looked at on-street parking before for development, and that jumped out at me on this one.
Mr. Room, are you able to address
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think preliminarily, as it relates to this application, there was a parking demand study that was done that did look at the availability of on-street parking. Of course, there isn't much in the area. There is some within walking distance, but as opposed, or in the context of this application, it was considered, but of course, there's just no permission to park on street.
Thank you. Because I'm a little confused why we would consider that if you can't park on it overnight. How does that provide parking for the residential? So I was a little concerned, and I hope that we're not going to keep looking at on-street parking on all of the developments.
I think we'll go to Mr. Nicol for a little more insight.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the city does allow some on-street parking overnight by permit, and the permit requester needs to justify why they need relief from the general bylaw, which is that you can't park on a city street overnight. So that means they don't have a driveway, or there's only room for one car, or there's other family needs that would require that. In this new development application, I wouldn't suggest any of the new units that are being built would be eligible to have an on-street parking permit. It's only those who are living on Carlton Street that would be able to get those permits. So we wouldn't generally permit on-street parking unless it was part of a condominium site or something like that, where the right-of-way is managed by the condo corp.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Dolch?
And if I may, so there is, obviously they do meet the parking requirements of our zoning bylaw. So although that's the minimum and that's what they require, you know, whether they park on a street, they wouldn't be giving a residential parking permit or anything like that when they meet the bylaw requirements. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you for the clarification. I was more looking at process for our development applications in general about looking at on-street parking, not necessarily for this development.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments of council at this point? Okay, seeing none. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting may result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed draft plan and bylaw amendment. So, Mr. Clerk, excuse me, they're having a little meeting here inside the meeting. Okay, I will look at the list, and I see we have some names that would like to speak to this, Mr. Clerk.
Sorry, just multitasking.
No, that's good. Good.
Yeah, we do have a few members of the public that have asked to speak. The first one is Marianne Seppala.
Marianne Seppala, if you'd like to step up to the mic. Welcome. If you could just state your address, please.
Corwin Avenue, 6106 Corwin Avenue, where I've lived for 55 years. I have to not only speak for myself, but for many of my neighbors who are not here. We feel this development is not sustainable, not compatible with the area, and definitely not necessary. I can tell you right now, having lived there that long, that there is congestion and gridlock right at Carlton and Culp and Franklin and Corwin. We have a school called Princess Margaret there that has 540 students, 60 employees, and 10 buses coming every day. Add on to that the parking problems that are created not only with Bridge Park being adjacent to this project, but any event that takes place at the school. So we have a problem with parking on not only Carleton, but Culp, Corwin, and Franklin. And this happens in the summertime as well, when there's activities in the park. Added to all these parking problems, we have a development where the old Boys and Girls Club was that is far too dense. There are 10 new houses there, and the residents there park daily and nightly in Bridge Park parking. They don't have any permission to park there, they just park there. The other thing I want to bring to your attention is that it's not compatible with the area. The area we're talking about is Corwin subdivision. It's very old, with an old infrastructure, very narrow streets, and it cannot sustain what we have now, single-family dwellings. We're packed. On top of that, there are no townhouses in our subdivision. This is not compatibility. The last thing I want to talk about is the fact that it's not necessary. This infill idea is okay for places like Hamilton and Toronto, but it is absolutely not necessary in Niagara. Speaking to the real estate board, there is an overabundance of housing available now. Single-family dwellings, condos, apartments, you name it, townhouses. And on the books, there are even more to either under construction now or to be built. So your projections for the next 20, 30 years are overestimated by a long shot. And that's from the realty people who are trying to sell houses. The last thing I want to say is that when we had our meeting with the planning people, the last thing I asked for on behalf of everybody was openness and transparency. We have yet to be told who is behind this development, who is backing this development. All of you know who we are. We're open and transparent, but we have no idea who this person or persons are that are behind this project. And they're going to be the neighbor that we have to live with. I have some real concerns about the viability of the project. Number one, because of not knowing who's behind it. But number two, the information I have been given is really lacking. The first diagrams I got of the project had no orientation, not even north, south, east, west, no streets. The next diagram I got had 3 streets wrong. So do they really know what they're doing and where they're doing it? So basically, I know you've been here for a long time, and so have I. I'd just like to say that we all should be working together to maintain a quality of life and improve it, to maintain the environment and improve it, not to destroy it.
Do you have any questions for Ms. Seppala? Yes, Councillor Strange.
Hi, Ms. Seppala.
Oh, hi.
How are you? I agree, we're tired too.
I know.
And you know what, I totally agree with you. You know, I'm a realtor and there is overabundance of homes right now. They're tough to
Well,
sell.
I would tell a lie.
Yeah, no, I know you wouldn't. I know you wouldn't. And in my opinion, I don't think this is the best spot for the development, especially when you have a school. We have we just put in those brand-new tennis courts.
Everything.
And the parking is really tough, because you get people using Stoke Street sometime to park in the
Every-
Crescent. You get them to using what you're saying, like parking right on the park itself where there's not available parking. And plus you have, when school gets out and lunch and that, you have just abundance of cars. And they are older homes that you've been there for a number of years, and we respect that. And it doesn't really, in my opinion, fit in as well. The only problem is that what we have being a lower tier government is that the upper tier government, if we do turn this down, we have to find a planner that will fight for your interests if we do turn, and it's very tough, and maybe our CEO or our solicitor can maybe explain the process to you if we do turn this development down.
I've been through that already. It's $80,000 to get a lawyer and to get a planner.
Yeah, so we have to get the planner for you guys. Or,
No, we
like,
got
you know
our
what I mean?
own.
Oh, you have your own, okay.
Yes, I've been through that. It's not pleasant.
No, it's not pleasant.
And that's why we want to know who's behind this.
And maybe we can get those answers for you from our,
I think through you, I think we have the answers in the report. It says the applicant is Tanya Bird and Eric Bird?
No,
No?
it's not correct.
Okay, well, that's the information that we have. So if that's not correct.
I saw that.
Okay, then we'll have to get to the bottom of that. So maybe we can go to Ms. Dolch, if you could just kind of walk us through, if council were to turn this down, what's the process? What happens?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the Speaker. In terms of, obviously, you've probably been to the Ontario Land Tribunal, maybe perhaps before, but the process is, obviously, if we turn it down, the applicant obviously can appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal because they are
Yes.
an applicant. So at that hearing, we have to represent, the council has to find
That's
somebody
right.
to represent the position that they've taken. They can't rely on planning staff, which is ourselves, because planning staff have a different opinion. So what they need to do is hire their own planner and their own lawyer, or either use their city solicitor or their own independent lawyer, planning lawyer, to represent their position in front of the Ontario Land Tribunal. In terms of the Ontario Land Tribunal, as you're aware, they rely a lot on the provincial legislation and the provincial policy statements. And that's something that we obviously analyze in our report. So that we'll have to find somebody to look at those provincial policy statements and determine whether or not they can find somebody to support their position. Again, as you know, the Ontario government looks for housing first at this point. They're looking for housing. They do have, they have allowed 3 units as of right in every residential neighborhood. So you could have 3 units today, not just single detached, but 3 units in a triplex or other fashion in your neighborhood. So I just wanted to kind of provide that information to you. The board would make an independent decision and determine it. The costs to the municipality are obviously quite large as well, but they would make that determination based on the assessment of information they receive.
Yes, but in the last case that went to the OLB was this council decided that the project was a no-go. However, a week before the meeting at the Ontario Land Tribunal, things were changed. And when the city councils went to them, they changed their minds and they backed the project. And that made all the difference. So when we're here asking you to negate this project, I think it would carry more weight at the Land Tribunal if you did not okay this project.
I'm not sure which project, let's get a solicitor.
Dorchester Road, I think.
We
Dorchester
gotta
Road.
Go there to realty.
I think it's Dorchester Road.
Someone else do that. Someone else have a mic on?
Oh, that's me.
Thank you. Through the chair. So just a general comment about changing a position. So when a matter is in litigation, it's out of council's hands. it is really in their lawyers' hands, and they have to decide to help make the best decision in the city's financial interests, because it is taxpayer dollars that are being used to fund the litigation and also hire all of the experts, lawyers, and also pay any cost awards.
Well, the residents did. They paid for them. So I'm just thinking you're there to represent us. And if you make a decision that you're going to represent us, you should follow through on that.
To this project, sorry, with the parking, I don't know, because it doesn't seem like this development doesn't have the proper parking for it already. 5 parking spots.
But I know.
And then where do people park when they're waiting for their kids to get off school?
It's a mess. They're on the road. And the other thing is that the new development that was.
Oh, can you turn that on? Sorry, the little button in front of the microphone on the bottom, please.
Oh, yes. No, it was on. It was on. It's red.
Just got to yell. No.
The new development that's at the Old Boys and Girls Club,
Yes.
which is right at the corner of Carlton and Cull, the amount of space for a driveway was not adequate. So they take up a lot of spaces at Bridge Park. And when the parents come to pick up the kids, they basically drive through the parking lot at Bridge Park and pick up the kids because the buses are taking up all the space on the road. And don't forget, this area is my house is 100 years old.
Yeah, it's not a made road, it's little.
These are residential streets that are very narrow and in collapse.
Yes.
So, and the infrastructure underneath is just as bad because most of us have had to have sewers replaced, etc. So you're adding to an already very dense situation that quite, as a matter of fact, I know for a fact that children can get hurt there very, very easily. They've got teachers out there watching. They've got cross guards out there watching. 540 kids being exited to a very narrow area. You know, it's amazing that no one's been hurt to date. And you're adding on another component that really isn't necessary. There's all kinds of development going on to accommodate the next 50 years.
And when we do the traffic studies, we obviously you must take schools in hand, like how many people or how many kids, which are getting overpacked right now because of the influx of people. But to have over 500 kids, does that, it must impact the traffic study quite a bit, I would think.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I might also refer to Mr. Nicol. In terms of when they do a traffic study, in this case one wasn't warranted, but our transportation department did look at the situation, and they assessed the actual trips per day, kind of look at the situation, and that's where they found it was probably going to be about 5 bi-directional trips. So they didn't feel that added volume causes any need for concern, and that the traffic impact study wasn't warranted. So I will, unless there's anything else you want to add, Mr. Nicol?
No, through the mayor, we take the development applications and look at their impact to the overall traffic network. If there's a situation that exists today, that is a situation that is going to be negligibly impacted by the development. Certainly if it's problematic, we can have a look at it, and we have done some traffic studies. What I will say is we do not base our traffic studies around school times. Those are peak times that happen and they go away. So we base our traffic studies on longer duration periods of delays and conflicts on the roadway. We need to rely on school administrators to manage their situation because we're not driving the traffic there. The kids have to go to school, and the schools have to take some responsibility for that. So we can have another look at our own internal traffic studies. We can look at on-street parking restrictions or standing and stopping restrictions. What that will do is that will just push those parents further out, waiting for their kids further away. So we can definitely have another look at that.
I understand. It's just there's some safety concerns, obviously, with kids playing around. They're dropping off, going to school of all ages.
And
So
it's only
it's a
getting
major
worse
concern.
in that area because some of the hotels that are housing people right now, they're busing the kids into that school. So, and it's continuing.
I think that's
Asylum seekers.
Yeah, we might be able to try to, hopefully we can maybe relook at some of the traffic studies and safety concerns involving the children, because that's the last thing we need.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Dolge?
Thank you, and I just wanted to reference something Councillor Strange said. So there are 10 parking spots on this site. I know you said 5, so I just want to be clear. There's 10 parking spaces. What they require as part of our zoning bylaw is 10 parking spaces. They do not require any more than that.
Okay, we've got a couple more before you run away. Mr. Councillor Dabrowski? They may be, I don't know if they're questions or comments.
It was more a comment, and to Councillor Strange's points, and through you, and thanks for being here. It's not consistent with the area. And we're starting to sound like a broken record. Like every time a development comes to this council, we bring up the potential impact with going to the OLT. And we have residents coming here, and they have concerns, and our response is simply, well, we can't do anything about it because it's going to get overturned at the OLT. And if we talked 6 months ago or 12 months ago, there was a housing crisis. We just heard Councillor Strange mention, who's a realtor, that we have too many homes. So is this development necessary, number one? We've just approved multiple developments on McLeod Road, and this small development, and I respect and welcome all development, but this is a very small development that's going to impact a neighborhood that has residents who have lived there for 50, 60, 70, 100 plus years. I don't know if it's necessary. I don't believe it is. And I think we need to start listening to the residents, and maybe, and I know we follow provincial guidelines, but maybe those will change, and those changes might be coming soon. Maybe we should defer this and wait 2 or 3 months and see if we can get additional feedback. But
I just want to remind council, this is the time to ask questions, statements once we have the
yeah,
motion.
and that's kind of my statement. I don't really have a question, but I'll leave it at that.
Thank you for that. Any other questions of council? Okay, we've got more speakers. Yes, Councillor Coco.
Just a question to what Councillor Dabrowski said. If we were to defer it, would we be past the deadline for the province, and then they could apply to the OLT for non-decision? Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Baldinelli, you have a question?
Yes, I do. You want me to make a comment?
No, save comments.
Question is, you know, like we're always looking to make things fit in the area. So why are we changing the, you know, the zoning from R1 to an R4? You know, surrounded by R1. So does that make it fit? I don't think it does. My question.
That was your question, got it. Okay, thank you for your question.
And my comment.
Okay, Ms. Dolge, did you want to answer that question?
Thank you, Worship. So we do look at the area. Obviously, we look at the previous zone, the R1E zone versus the R4 zone. And generally, when you do look and compare the two zones, a lot of the setbacks and heights and everything else are very similar. The only difference here is obviously the introduction of a different type of use. Whether or not that residential use is incompatible, I tend to disagree, but I think residential is compatible with residential, so that's just my opinion. But I do, we do look at what is permitted in the R1E zone. So, for example, they allow a 10-meter height. So does this zone. In terms of a rear yard, it's 7.5 meters. Technically, although it's a side yard, they are proposing 7.6. Well, we've asked for 7.6. So there's a lot of things that we've looked at in terms of side yard is 1.2 in a residential area. You know, they're proposing like 1.4. So I think, you know, when we start to look at those things, they're quite similar in nature, and that's how we kind of assess the applications.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, we've got some more speakers registered.
Yes, Your Worship. The next one is Christopher Aubin.
Mr. Aubin. Welcome.
Welcome, Your Worship, Mayor Diodati. Just two little points before that little 5-minute. It already started.
So they're resetting it for you. They're resetting.
Will they? Okay. Just for the slides. I just want it convenient and simple. Can you? Oh, there it goes. Sorry about that. And then Can I use the down arrows to
Yeah, we
go
should be
to
able
each
to.
next slide?
If
Okay.
not, there's a little, it's on the far right on the little bar, so it's 1 and 11, and then up arrow, down arrow, that'll skip the full thing. If you use the arrow keys, it might only do like a quarter page at a time type of deal.
Okay, great. I have a little bit here. I've timed it. It's in around 5 minutes. I apologize. I will try to get through it quickly. Okay?
Floor is yours.
First time. Good evening, Your Worship, Mayor Diodati and Council. My name is Christopher Aubin, and I live at 6125 Carlton Avenue. My property is adjacent to the proposed development. I understand intensification and the regulations the provincial government mandates on the City of Niagara Falls. The goal is to enable gentle intensification of existing neighborhoods without significantly affecting the character of those neighborhoods. In the City of Niagara Falls official plan, Part 2, Section 1, Policy 1.15, it stated, infilling and intensification opportunities are supported but must integrate well into the surrounding neighborhood. The proposed 6 townhomes fulfills residential intensification in the built-up area by providing a net density of 20.69 units per hectare on the 0.29 hectare area. That is Part 2. I am concerned with the site-specific amendments for the single detached dwelling and the existing dwelling. On page 41 of the justification report that was submitted by the Upper Canada Consultants, in the paragraph, high-quality interface between public and private realms, I quote, the proposed development places the dwellings and parking spaces in the rear yard of the lands, resulting in only the private road that is an extension of the existing driveway being present from the street. The proposed development is hidden from the public road and has no impact on streetscape, unquote. Okay, the proposed development, sorry about that. The proposed development, this is true for the block of townhomes, but not necessarily true for the single detached dwelling. The fire road is 6 meters wide and provides a wide open space to the rear of the property. The single detached dwelling will be visible from Carlton Avenue in the width and definitely height. The dwelling is 9.7 meters, they're allowed 10 meters in height, but the existing dwellings in the area being 1 and 1.5 stories in height, roof peaks approximately 6.1 to 6.7 meters, the single unit dwelling will be noticeable. A mandatory fence along the property line with a height of 8.2 feet is perpendicular to the private road and will not conceal the front of the dwelling nor its height. The applicant is asking for an amendment to the minimum rear yard depth of 3.5 meters that they have proposed to move the amenity to the area of the south interior side yard. This is on the existing dwelling, which is adjacent to my driveway and alongside my dwelling. For privacy screening, the hedge along the interior lot line and a proposed wood-on-wood fence 1 meter high in the front yard will have to do. Nowhere in this neighborhood will you find the interior side yard used as a main amenity. I ask, how does this maintain the character of the neighborhood or complement the surrounding area? The no privacy yard depth requirement exists for detached dwellings in the, is that slide 5 or 6? No privacy yard depth requirement exists for detached dwellings in the R4 zone, as detached dwellings are not a permitted use. The amendment to the bylaw for both interior side yard and privacy yard depth states 3.85 meters to attached garage. Wait a minute. Sorry. The amendment to the bylaw for both interior side yard and privacy yard depth state 3.85 meters to attached garage and 6.0 meters to single detached dwelling. The attached garage has a living space above it. My question, is the back wall of the garage also the back of the dwelling because of the second floor living space? The townhouse orientation with back-to-back lots and 7.61 meter privacy yard depth provide minimal impact on established residential area. For 6125 Carlton Avenue, there will be 2 dwellings with their amenity area adjacent to the same interior lot line and the privacy yard depths of 6 and 3.85 meters. Very shallow for this neighborhood. The interior lot line on the south side of my property was the old Boys and Girls Club, which has now been replaced with housing, all of which has decent privacy yard depths and is very acceptable. The proposed minimum privacy yard depths are better suited to a new dense subdivision. The mandatory privacy fence will help.
going.
Okay. You're okay? Okay, the mandatory privacy fence will help with privacy on the new single detached dwelling, but with a wall height of 7.11 meters, 23 foot 4 inches, roof peak 9.7 meters, 32 feet, and 4 windows at, that is the rear view, thank you very much, 4 windows at 5 meters, 17 feet, overlook, shadowing, and nuisance will be a problem for the back of the dwelling and the rear yard at 6125 Carlton Avenue. As for additional barriers, the shed has a height of 3.35 meters, 11 feet, and the roof peak on the garage is 4.2 meters, 14 feet. The planning department noted 3 issues that needed to be addressed. I'm concerned with how these may affect the location of the single detached dwelling. First, is the full 6-meter driveway of unit number 6, which has already been mentioned. They're shifting that over, which unfortunately that sign's right in the...
You can move the message if you need to.
Can you drop that 0 minutes?
Yeah, we can take that.
Yeah, okay. So which one are we on here? There, sorry. So yeah, as I've indicated there, that shift. So basically they're going to take that layout, move it over and allow that driveway. Second, for the regional curbside waste collection services, the turnaround radius needs to be increased from 9 meters to 12.8. It's currently 9 on that print, meaning more site area is occupied by the curvature, or applicant uses a private service is the alternative. Third, Niagara Peninsula Energy requires a 4x4 meter concrete pad for a transformer that must be located within 4 meters of the driveway. To accommodate these outstanding issues, it is possible that the single detached dwelling's location could result in the same location as the original location as the original semi-detached unit number 8 located at the rear of the existing dwelling. If the amendment for a single detached dwelling is permitted in an R4 zone, is accepted, then the powers granted would allow for the changes internally through the planning department without public input. The single detached dwelling in this location will have a tremendous impact on my property, 2 dwellings within 11 meters of my house, and both backyards facing my interior lot line in the same 11-meter radius. The new single detached dwelling with a raised deck and high second-story windows, which there are 4 of, will affect my privacy in the driveway, the deck, the windows in my home. This density does not reflect the character of the neighborhood nor complement it. This will also increase the effect of the streetscape, being closer to the street, and minimal horizontal distance to the existing dwelling draws your attention. In conclusion, the proposed 6 townhomes fulfills the residential intensification in the built-up area by providing a net density of 20.69 units per hectare on the 0.29 hectare Part 2 lot, do not allow the single detached dwelling to be permitted, retain a reasonable privacy yard depth for the existing dwelling, and I thank you for this opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Robin. Questions for Mr. Robin? Councillor Patel?
And through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you, Mr. Robin, for that detailed explanation. Are you in the planning? Do you have background in the planning?
No.
Because I think you were speaking our planning language. I think it was very, very detailed explanation. Thank you very much. And I do agree with you that, you know, when it's in your neighborhood, nobody wants it in their backyard. That goes for everyone. But the way we see it currently, our hands are tied with the province.
Yes.
And for us as a councillor, we are in such a hard position.
Absolutely.
Because we as a local official, we understand our city. We know what fits in what neighborhood.
Yes.
And the way province is pushing this down on us, it is actually ruining the fabric of our neighborhoods. Lots of development that we have approved do not fit into neighborhoods, but we have no choice. And I think our city solicitor did explain what happens
Yes.
when we go to OLT. And I think Ms. Sapula, what she said, but I think there was a little misinformation because when there was a previous development that Ms. Sapula was talking about, we did decline it and we did pay for the OLT cost we did. But I would like to ask our city solicitor if she can explain a little more in the detail, because I think she can explain a little more. Maybe you will have more understanding of it, because I'm with you. I'm 100% with you.
And yet I understand the situation you're in, and from the provincial government and what's mandated down to your level, it's difficult. I understand that. And so I'm willing to accept the townhouses back there. Your minimum intensification is 20 to 40 units per hectare, And the 6 townhomes on their own will satisfy, will be 20.69 units per hectare. So it satisfies that minimum. Removing that just single dwelling, shifting the parking spaces closer to the townhomes, doing whatever other little tweaks, be it that transformer pad or shifting a larger radius, they can play and get that all correct. Give the backyard back to the existing dwelling, and then the side yard doesn't need to be the backyard anymore against my driveway in the house. And yet, you're getting your intensification, you're getting that. So if the single dwelling is not permitted in an R4 zone currently, and that may change through planning development, some technical change that was noted by Mr. Room. If that was denied, but can that be denied and the townhouse still go through?
Well, we can ask.
Yeah, Ms. Dolce will have.
Ms. Dolce, can you answer that?
Thank you, Your Worship. In terms of our change to the 7.61 meters, sorry.
No. So what I'm saying is that the row of 6 townhomes, that meets a 20.69 intensification. So you've exceeded the minimum. If the single dwelling itself was eliminated from the plan, and then other adjustments, be it that curvature for garbage pickup and the pad and the driveway, if that was all adjusted and gave the existing, I'll keep it shorter, sorry. Can you remove that single detached dwelling from the plan and you still meet the intensification? Can that go through?
So he suggests, right, approve the 6 townhouses, not the house?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to the Speaker, yes. So you could remove the, and I will just confirm with Mr. Room that, have we done that calculation in terms of density target?
I personally haven't. I don't know what the calculation would be.
My math is good.
Your math is good, okay. Then
Very good.
If it is within our minimum range, we're good.
Yeah, that with that removed, and then you can straighten out and everything be corrected. Existing would get a proper, right now it's cited for 3.5 meters. If it was up to 7.5, that amenity wouldn't have to be the side yard. They'd have a reasonable backyard, and everything else, the parking spaces, all that remains, and you still meet your intensification. And I know some people behind me are probably upset, but it's an alternative to the other route that, as you had mentioned and several others here, that's a very difficult route, and I understand that, so I'm kind of compromising.
Thank you, appreciate that insight, another option on the table.
Yep.
Appreciate that. We've got more people that have questions. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I was just going to see, and I agree with Mr. Aubin, to be honest with you. I'm not a big fan of flag developments, and this to me is a flag development where you have developments or homes in behind already existing homes. So, I mean, if the house came down, the development would be a lot better. It would provide more parking. It would also get rid of some of the variances that we see. I guess a question through you, Your Worship, to Ms. Dolce. Would we be able to make that part of the recommendation if council wanted to, in the sense that, you know, the 6 townhomes are approved, but the single family is not?
Ms. Dolce.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, you can make the recommendation to permit, to not support some of the requested amendments for the single. Are you talking the existing single or the proposed single detached? Because there's 2 single detached. If it's the proposed single detached, I think yes. There's some amendments being requested that you could say you had concerns with, and that's something you can propose to remove. The existing, I don't think there was anything on the existing, and again, with the R1E zone, it's permitted, so I think you would have a tougher time with the existing one fronting the street at this point. But definitely you can look at the proposed dwelling considerations as being proposed by the speaker.
Okay, you good, Councillor? Yep. And Councillor Patel, did you were asking a question of, I'm sorry, our solicitor. Yes, we didn't get you that answer.
Yeah, I just want our city solicitor, Ms. Pecuniary, to explain a little in detail, because earlier it wasn't very detailed and I think she got cut off. So I wonder if she can explain a little more in detail. Thank you.
Ms. Pecuniary?
Thank you. Through the chair. Yes, I'm glad the mic isn't interfering anymore. What I heard was a misunderstanding of council's role when it comes to these developments. Yes, council is here to consider resident concerns vis-a-vis developments, but as we've stated before, council is bound under the Planning Act to apply the Planning Act principles as the planning authority. And under the Municipal Act, council also has to act responsibly with spending public funds. And that means really looking at how potential litigation claims may be filed, what the expenses for those claims will be, as those are taxpayer funds. So those are council's competing obligations in addition to considering resident concerns. So the most financially viable option, if it can come about in a case, is if the concerns can be worked into the actual proposal, and then that proposal is passed and the recommendations are passed. It is not financially viable to make a decision inconsistent with the Planning Act and then have that overturned at a significant cost to the taxpayer, and the residents have to pay twice over. That's what I was trying to clarify, that these concerns, if they can be incorporated as part of a proposal, that would be the most financially viable way for council to address those concerns and still be in compliance with their obligations under the legislation.
Okay, any other questions of council for Mr. Robin? Okay, we're good. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate that.
Thank you again.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any other speakers registered?
Yes, Your Worship. The next speaker we have is James Braden.
Mr. Braden, welcome.
Thank you. Are we ready to go? Here we are. Mayor Diodati, City Council's staff, and fellow citizens. My name is Jim Breeden. My home's on the north side of this residential block at 6746 Barker. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of City Bylaw number 79-200 of October 20th, 2024, and its amendment, number AM 2024-034 of January the 14th, 2025. This bylaw was made to align with provincial requirements, allowing additional dwelling units to be located on existing lots. This bylaw was recommended by city staff and approved by city council on both the above dates. The whole idea of these ADUs was to increase the availability of low-cost rental units, as well as to help homeowners with their mortgage payments while at the same time maintaining the neighborhood compatibility. Now here we are 5 months later with a developer who wants to bypass the bylaw, not just a slight alteration, but completely change all the rules and regulations. Fortunately, city staff did a thorough job of investigating and writing this bylaw to prevent such attempts to water it down or completely change its intent. Some of the changes that developers has proposed. Number one, this property is simply a house with a garage and a large backyard. The developer wants to call it vacant land. Vacant land is devoid of any buildings or structures, neither crops nor fallow. It's abandoned. The property at 6111 Carleton Avenue is obviously not vacant. Change number two, up to 2 additional dwelling units may be located on a parcel of urban residential land. The developer wants to add 7 ADUs, and these are each designed for an accessory apartment, bringing the total to 14. The bylaw does not make exceptions for large lots. The third change was a maximum coverage lot was allowed as 45% with no alterations to the main building. The proposed development looks more like closer to 80% with no yard left for the original home. Change 4, ADUs are not permitted to be severed from the main building. Developer wants to sever the lots and buildings from 6111 Carleton and sell the units to individual owners, thereby reducing upkeep responsibilities. Number 5, the maximum height is restricted to 6 meters to the roof peak with no openings higher than 4.5 meters. These restrictions are to help mitigate potential overlook issues and help neighborhood compatibility. The developer is looking at to increase this to 9.6 meters. The height will eliminate any privacy presently enjoyed by approximately 12 neighbors. Change 6, parking, 1 parking space required per ADU. On-street parking is not permitted. And note this block of Carlton Avenue is already restricted to permit parking. And nearby Bridge Park has no overnight parking. The developer is allowed only 10 parking spots for the owners and none of the guests. Please note that the ADUs are not to be used as vacation rentals, but we know they will be. Change number 7, the city has initiated a provision for landscaping strip for side yards adjoining neighboring yards with 0 light trespass into the neighboring properties. This development shows instead a roadway along the north side adjacent to 6099 Carlton Avenue. Will this roadway be illuminated by street lights? If so, too much light pollution and less enjoyment for all our yards. In closing, let me reinforce that the city has recognized the value of property enjoyment with noise bylaws, anti-burning bylaws, etc., and that the area property owners appreciate these efforts. We do not need absentee landlords. Please continue upholding our existing bylaws and not approve the staff recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of council? Mr. Braden? Councillor
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Braden, thank you very much for your presentation. But you were talking about VRUs in that development, whether it goes through or not. There are certain bylaws in our city that allow VRUs in certain places. So I would like Ms. Toast to explain that if VRUs are allowed in that area, and if anybody can even apply for the license there.
Yep.
Thank you.
Ms. Dolch, are you talking ADUs? Or
No, VRUs.
Vacation rentals?
Yes. I think that was the concern.
ancillary
VRU was the concern, right? Vacation rental units was your concern.
No, we know they're all over the neighborhood. You walk through it, you can see the fields of wheat growing in our neighborhood there. They don't cut the grass right. They're all over the place. We're looking at ADUs. You have too many. ADUs, you're allowed 2 per property, not 14. That's all I'm saying.
No.
You already passed the bylaw. It's a good bylaw. The staff did a great job of eliminating any loopholes that I can find anyway. And yet, here they are. 5 months goes by and you change it all. And you guys all voted for it twice. And it's a provincial recommendation, provincial requirement that you can have ADUs. You're following provincial guidelines. And all of a sudden you say, oh, we got better guidelines. How many guidelines do you need?
Are you following along?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you want to comment, Ms. Dolch?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So, and I think there's a bit of confusion between what an ADU is in this case and what a condominium is. So, what they're proposing is to sever the lands, not propose another ADU in addition to the existing house. That would be something different. They could do that. That's something they could do as a right. They could have the house plus an ADU in the back and one in the house. But in this case, what they're proposing is a condominium. They're saying that each individual owner will own that building. A separate deed will be issued. So it's actually separate properties in a condominium. That's all maintained by one condominium association.
Exactly, but your original bylaw said, no, you can't separate the main house from the property. It's a backyard. Everybody can't do that. I got room in my backyard to put I put a lot sky. There are big properties here. The reason the big properties are here was back when Stanford Township built this place, there was enough services for 15 houses. I got the newest house in the place in 1948. Now over the years, they've got bigger water mains, so we put in Culp Street. When I was a kid, I lived in there. Culp Street was a farmyard. That was a dirt road. All these water lines ended at the bottom end of Carlton, the bottom end of Corwin. There was nothing there. There was no services. It's improved. We've done it. But you can't just keep jamming stuff in there And then you have a bylaw that you guys all passed, and it was a great one, and it's lasted, not 5 months? That's it, 5 months. And you're worried about 40-year arenas. I'm thinking, come on, guys, your staff did a great job with that one. Anyway.
Okay, Ms. Dolch?
Thanks. So just, perhaps I can maybe, I just want to explain it one different way, just, so, for example, if they decided to get rid of all the townhouses in behind and put single detached residential dwelling in accordance with the R1E zone, which is in place.
You can have 2 of them, yeah.
No, so they could apply for a planned condominium and subdivide that land to allow for, I don't know, I'm gonna say maybe five or six dwellings.
Not according to your ADU bylaw. You passed it.
So an ADU bylaw is a bit different, but in terms of, they are allowed as well, ADUs, once they, it's almost like a severance of each property,
It
so.
said no severing. It said no severing. It says, it's written right in there. Do not sever this. Anyway.
Yeah, again, it's a condominium, but in terms of an ADU, I'll just go on to the ADU and parking. They do require, as you know, 1 parking space per unit. They wouldn't have that, so they wouldn't be permitted the ADU in addition to the, in addition to like a townhouse dwelling or single
These
detached.
condominiums each have an ADU in the basement. They're built that way. It's just there. Anyway, thank you very much, Your Honor. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Do we have anyone else that hasn't registered who would like to address council? Yeah, you can come up to the mic if you'd like. So you can state your name and your address, please.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. My name is Ellen Sides. I live at 6099 Carlton Avenue, so I'm on the other side of the forespoken home that we're questioning. Now, my problem is I have the driveway to all those condos and whatever. It's right beside our house. It's going right up to the side of our house. We have the driveway right there, and it's only maybe 5 feet from my house, and I'm worried about that. I'm going to be worried about the noise because I live in an older home. Okay, it wasn't the best built. You know, you hear a lot of noise, and I'm just wondering about the traffic, and also not only the traffic with the cars, but with the people. Because there's no sidewalk, they'll have to walk up the road to get to their house if they're walking. So I'm concerned about that and about the noise that we're going to have to deal with. I mean, my bedroom's right there, and this is what I'm going to have to be dealing with now. I never had to deal with that before. You know, we've been there for 37 years. And there was also, with the parking, talking about the parking on the street, yes, it is permit parking, and that came up when the Boys and Girls Club was there because people are always parking on the street and blocking our driveways. And even though now we have rentals on our street, and we still have people parking on the street, blocking our driveways. And when the school comes out, like another thing with having the school, all the parents that drive their children to school park up and down our street, which is fine. But everybody that parks on that street, we have the sidewalk, we don't have a curb. It kind of just slopes down because it used to be grass there. We used to have a grass there, and apparently before I moved there, one of the gentlemen, he used to work for the city, and he got tired of it being all crappy and that, so he had somebody had them fill it in. So the road, you've got the road, but then you've got the sidewalk, and then you've got this little thing like that, this little hill that meets. And anybody that parks on that street, they don't park on the road, they park on the sidewalk. And we're talking about half of the sidewalk, they're parking on it. You know, which is another issue, if you're going to have more parking on that street in regards to having, you know, more cars and such, and to even offer the people in that situation, we have current parking and it's limited, But when you start adding in that many more people, like let's say they have 2 cars per residence there. So there's going to be no room on the street for them to park. And that's going to be another issue. And yeah, I think that's probably about it. Is it not? Huh? Oh, and maybe I can direct this, if you don't mind,
Yep.
direct this to you because.
Well, if you ask to me, it'll go to him. Them, and
Okay,
yeah, he can
then,
answer.
all
Yeah,
right,
yeah,
we
no
can
problem.
do it that
Yeah.
way, right? Because I had been questioning, I wanted a higher fence. If they were going to be building it, I wanted, they were an 8-foot fence. And apparently I was told by my neighbor that they agreed to be putting up, I think an 8.2 foot fence. But they were stopping it right where my house starts, in the back. But I would like it extended, I wanted it extended to the end of my house, because that's where our bedroom is and everything, and the noise, and I wanted the fence there, and I was just wondering if they could extend it to the end of my house, the front end of my house.
So, I don't know, Mr. Room or Ms. Dolch, do you know where we're talking, where that fence is? And are you able to address that?
Sure, I just have a sketch here, so you can see it kind of ends right there, right? So
Yeah.
you're requesting for it to be extended just a little bit more in that
have it,
direction.
if it's gonna be, they said they were raising it up to 8 feet apparently.
Sure.
And then if they could just do that.
Yeah, so I can address that through the mayor. So the request is simply just to extend the fence maybe a couple meters to what it would be. We are a little bit limited. I think that the fence bylaw would only require us, or would only allow us to put it about here. It has to be in line with the house right there.
Well, that's what I was
but
asking.
yeah, but there is an avenue for us to extend it for sure. We can add it as a condition of the approval. And in regards to the height, I know we did speak to the applicant about that shortly after the open house. I think that they agreed to do the 2.5 meter fencing, which is, I think it's 8.2 is the conversion to feet there. So that's the highest that's allowed in accordance with our fence bylaw.
And also, they were going to be they wanted to keep the bushes that started at my house and going down. Well, we've been the one that, we always thought there were bushes because I think they were planted by the lady that that we bought the house from. She was deceased, but she was quite the gardener. And I think she was the one that put in all of the bushes. And but when I looked at when they did the lines for the property lines, I'm thinking, oh, it's a little bit on their side. But we've always maintained them for the most part. And I asked at the time too if they could put the fence that tall to the end of my house and then take out and just put a 4-foot fence down to the end of where the bushes were, replace the bushes. Because of the traffic, that's all.
Are these things, Ms. Dolch, site plan, or, yep?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, there are definitely things we can deal with through the site plan in terms of landscaping and other things. And I do know the applicants here, so something you can address as well with him, to make sure that they will consider that as part of the site plan.
So apparently, this will be brought forward to the applicant, who will
Okay.
be able to comment on it. And typically in a development, the site plan are things like, shrubs and fences and landscaping, and that can be dealt with if it was 8'2" going down to 4 foot for the shrub. Though that's where we can deal with that. So
Yeah,
that can be dealt with.
Most importantly is to extend it to the end of my house, because
And Mr.
I don't,
Boone?
outside my bedroom, I don't want either, and also foot traffic. There's going to be foot traffic as well, because that's the only entrance to there is that road. And it's not very wide. And so, yeah, that's one of our biggest concerns there.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you. Is there anyone else other than the applicant?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else other than the applicant who wishes to address council? Okay, then we will ask the applicant or his or her representative to please come forward. Dick? Dick?
All right. Good afternoon, Council. the wrong presentation.
That is correct.
I apologize, give me 1 second to share it.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Eric Beauregard. I'm a planning coordinator with Upper Canada Consultants. With me is William Hycoop. He's a planning manager at Upper Canada Consultants, and we're representing the developer for the project at 611 Carlton Avenue. We would like to provide an overview of the proposal and the applications through a brief presentation. Next. In this slide, you can see the subject property and its surrounding context. The property is 0.335 hectares, slightly under 1 acre in area, and currently contains a single detached dwelling. The property is designated as residential in the city's official plan and zoned residential low-density R1E zone. The property is surrounded by single detached dwellings to the north, south, east, and west. There are a number of other land uses in the immediate area, including AG Park and Princess Margaret Public School to the south, and various commercial uses, including restaurants and stores along Lundy's Lane to the north. Here you see the proposed development. The development consists of a single detached dwelling and 6 townhouse dwelling units accessed from a private roadway. A driveway and garage is proposed for each unit along with 3 visitor parking spaces. The development is proposed to be a vacant land condominium, which enables individual ownership of the dwellings and shared ownership of the roadways and infrastructure. The single detached lot fronting onto Carlton Avenue that will be retained is subject to a future severance application. The subject lands are zoned low-density R1E zone. The zoning bylaw amendment application seeks to rezone the lands containing the existing dwelling, shown as Part 1 site-specific R1E zone, and the proposed draft plan of vacant land condominium lands, shown as Part 2 site-specific R4 zone. The draft plan of vacant land condominium application seeks to allow each unit to be separately owned. Outlined in red are the condo unit lines. The private road, visitor parking spaces, and the landscape space outside the units would be common element, and they would be owned by the condo corporation. By virtue of being a condominium corporation, a property management company will maintain the common element area, which includes yard maintenance and snow plowing. The following studies and reports have been completed in conjunction with these applications. We have the functional servicing report that was prepared by Upper Canada Consultants. It details how the development will be connected to municipal water, sanitary, and stormwater systems, confirms that adequate capacity exists in the municipal systems for the proposed development. A tree inventory and preservation plan was provided by Jackson Arboriculture, Inc. Contains an inventory of existing trees, identifies trees to be preserved, and preservation methods to be employed. And then there was some discussion on this, was the parking study by Paradigm Transportation Solutions Limited. We've revised our plan, and now we are conform with parking requirements under the zoning bylaw.
Thanks, Eric, for delivering the presentation. But I wanted to add a couple of details in response to the comments received. Through the public information meeting, we did hear a lot of concerns about the development, specifically related to parking. So even though we had the transportation impact study prepared supporting originally 8 units, we have heard the concerns and have dropped a unit down to 7 units and have provided those 3 additional parking spaces you can see proposed behind the existing single detached dwelling. We now meet the city's parking requirement of 1.4 spaces per unit. In response to some of the other comments regarding density, fit, look, and feel, we feel that retaining the existing dwelling in its format and in its location provides for a continuous streetscape design, and feel that the images today a little bit misrepresent the scale of the development. The proposed development is in keeping with the 10-meter height requirement of the R1E zone. And so today, anyone on the street could reconstruct a dwelling at the same heights that we are proposing to stay within. In response to some of the concerns regarding waste collection, we did make a slight modification to the parking space on Unit 6. There was mention of a larger turning radius being required than we're showing. That larger turning radius is actually referenced for larger cul-de-sac turnaround type of waste facilities. In this proposed design, we have done a hammerhead style of design, which that you can see that little portion of the private roadway come to the south or to the bottom of the design. That allows us to maneuver the waste collection and fire vehicles safely through the development. We've run the appropriate vehicle turning movements in our digital simulations to confirm that that facility works. There is additional conditions of approval that require that to be substantiated with the region through the detailed design process. Some of the suggestions this evening were to remove the proposed single detached dwelling that you can see on the screen behind the existing single detached dwelling. We have some concerns with that. We did this design very specifically and meaningfully in the sense that the reduced setbacks are to the rear of the existing dwelling rather than bringing further development closer to the existing dwelling. If we're in a situation where council isn't supportive of that 7th unit because it would still meet the density requirement, we'd have no choice from a financial feasibility perspective to start looking at that existing dwelling fronting on Carleton, looking at opportunities for ADUs and those kind of things to ensure that the performance of the project continues to work. So overall, we feel we have come forward with a development that provides additional dwelling types within the community. Right now, as I think everyone is aware, there's a lot of single attached dwellings in the neighborhood. And as time moves forward, we have a provincial mandate for growth, for intensification and intensifying within those urban areas. This property is a very large, oversized property by today's standards and is a prime candidate for redevelopment and intensification. We feel we've come forward with a proposal that respects relevant and appropriate setbacks to the existing single detached dwellings and provides for that balance between compatibility, privacy, overlook, and those various aspects. It is important to note that no community and neighborhood stays exactly the same over 100 years. As time moves forward and growth happens, communities must be afforded the opportunity to evolve and transition and to do that in a way that doesn't cause significant adverse impacts on the surrounding community. We've come in with townhouse dwellings that are within the height range of the single detached dwellings. We are at the low end of the density range within the city's official plan. And overall, we feel that the design meets both the city's and the hierarchy of planning policies, both at the region and provincially. So that concludes our presentation, and I'm certainly here to address any questions that you may have. I think in response to the fence request, we can certainly accommodate that, and that's not a concern. Extending a fence and doing a lower level fence is certainly something we can do.
Can I just for clarification, you said you dropped a townhouse?
Yeah, so
the recommendation is for 6 plus a detached dwelling. So
sorry, we dropped a semi-detached unit. So you can see those 3 parking spaces just behind the existing single detached dwelling in the front. So that was originally proposed as a semi-detached dwelling.
just so I know what you're talking about, are you talking, where are we talking? Here? Where are we talking? The 3?
Right there, yeah.
Okay, so what did you drop? Help me understand, what did you drop?
So we had an additional attached unit there.
Oh.
And so instead of having a semi-detached, we removed the 1/2 and now we have a single detached.
I see, okay, understood. Okay, so questions of council for, Councillor Carrier?
Just a quick question, Your Worship. Are either one of you planners?
Yes, sir, I am.
You're a planner. So you agree with our staff that they followed
the letter of the law according to the provincial guidelines and what we have to do. You're in agreement?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Questions of council for our planners? Yes, Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the Regional Waste Collection Department, they expressed some concern about not enough turning radius or not enough space for a garbage truck to turn around. So how would that be addressed? Because it looks like there is no extra space there.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so the design has been sent to the region and they have provided their conditions. When you see the conditions in the staff report, unfortunately, I believe they did a auto-generated response and didn't review that. The turning radius criteria of 12.8 meters that was included as the condition is typical for a cul-de-sac radius turnaround, whereas the waste collection allows for both that full cul-de-sac turn, but also the hammerhead turn that we've shown. So I've done many of these vacant land condo developments. Almost all of them have this type of waste collection facility. We've run the waste collection auto turn function in AutoCAD. It literally allows us to drive the waste collection vehicle through the site. We are required to provide those drawings to the region. I'm very confident we will be able to get their final approval on that.
Thank you. One more question through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to answer it or not. Is that I'm sure the lot was severed to turn into this vacant lot. Was that the one lot or two lots are put together?
You know what, I'm not totally sure on that answer, but my understanding is the lot has existed like this for quite some time. I'm not sure if that tail end or that bottom part was added as a function of the previous development or not, but my understanding is it has existed like this for quite some time.
Yeah. And one more question through you, Mr. Mayor. How many mature trees are on that lot, if you would be able to say?
So there's quite a number of them.
Yeah.
We've done a tree inventory preservation plan. We are required to remove quite a number of them. I believe the numbers are approximately 25. But we've taken very much care to set up the development in a way that allows us to preserve a lot of trees. So you can see on the image on the bottom part behind the townhouses, there's a number of existing trees there that we're proposing to retain. Traditionally, in most developments, we would be proposing to remove those, but considering they are really nice large trees, we feel like they're an asset to the development and they help provide additional screening and buffering to the existing rear yard area.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Pietrangelo, and then I've got Councillor Baldinelli.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Just through you to the speakers, one of the residents had talked about the fact that the real applicant hasn't surfaced yet. Can you comment on that? Saying, I mean, since you're here on behalf of the applicants, can you confirm who they are?
Yes, so the applicant is, as the mayor stated on Mr. and Mrs. Bird on the application form, they certainly do have financial backers behind them, but that's the situation for any developer has financial backing behind them to make something happen.
Thank you. Councillor Baldinelli.
This is for Kira. I'm just wondering, and possibly some of the people out there might know, I've lived there for quite a while as well, nearby, and was that property where all the mature trees are, was that part of the park? The Boys and Girls Club at the time? They used to have a park with a pool, went in the back, I'm not sure. If anybody else knows.
Adjacent to it, but.
That wasn't part of it?
Yeah, it was a separate, it was adjacent, right adjacent to the pool and the trees of the Boys and Girls Club at the back of that lot, yes.
Can you tell me how long is it the Birds that own that property right now? I know it was the Danekers a long time ago.
Well, property changed hands a year ago.
Yeah, I know.
About a year, yeah. But they were living in beforehand, and they fixed it up before they had any name on anything. So obviously they do know who actually owns it.
Right.
I know it's with them.
Okay, we got to keep the discussion here, Councillor.
Sorry, I'm just cut questions.
I know.
They can answer a question, I don't know. They're older, or, not older, but been there longer, as long as I have anyways, right? Okay, I'm just wondering if, through Kira, are we going to continue to, obviously there's some large properties there, which I guess the Corwin area used to be, you know, a nice area, doctors and stuff like that used to live. Are we going to continue to sever properties? And, well, I don't see this area, as you had mentioned, that they're going to continue to build or sever and knock down homes, because a lot of these homes are Tudor style, very nice homes, and I don't feel that the development that you have there fits at all. I mean, why come in and disrupt a bunch of people having, you know, something looking in back here? I know it's your job, but is that always a requirement to, you said that the homes can be built to a certain height, and is that proper to make it maximum height all the time? And secondly are the basements separate rental units going to be built into this? That's from what I'm hearing.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to address the first one, so the opportunity for ADUs is controlled by parking. So at this point in time, I don't know who the future owners of the properties would be. Should they desire to do that, they would have the opportunity if they can provide the required parking. I will point out that this is proposed to be a condominium. Within that condominium, there is what is called a condo declaration, which are basically the bylaws or the rules for operation of that condo. So should the owners of the condo corp down the road not desire to have ADUs or vacation rentals or all that, they can write their own bylaws to prohibit those things down the road. The intent with these vacant land condominiums is really to create a little mini community, create a lifestyle. And that includes things like lawn maintenance, property maintenance, doing the gardens, having snow plow removal. Doing those types of things are all part of a condominium development that provide that lifestyle, provide a really good development at the end of the day. So like I said, I can't promise you that there won't be ADUs, but in all likelihood, because of the nature of the condominium, it would be unlikely that there would.
Councilor? Yep.
Did you say gardening?
Yeah, typically the condo corporation would maintain the flower gardens, the boulevard trees, do the lawn care.
Did you also say community? A little community within the community?
That's right.
So that community would be separate from the other community?
Not in the sense of the urban built form, in terms of ownership type of community, right? So the surrounding existing dwellings are freehold, so they're required to do their own property maintenance, so this provides a different element that way.
Thank you. A community.
Okay. Do we have any other questions of council for the applicant? Okay. So now, can I ask you, there was also discussion of deleting. I just want to make sure that I'm clear. You know, Mr. Ahmed had suggested, just help me understand, what was he suggesting versus what you've done?
If you wouldn't mind bringing that last slide back up. So that semi-detached dwelling that we were talking about earlier that we changed to a single dwelling.
Yes.
He's requesting that we still remove that single dwelling and end up with 6 units instead of 7 units overall. So we are against that in the sense that we've tried to set up this development to have the rear yard reduction for the existing dwelling adjacent to the proposed development. So right now, under the R1E zone, there's a 4-foot or 1.2 meter setback requirement for that existing dwelling in the front. It's currently set back at 6 meters. So if we're unable to get that additional dwelling, we'll have no option but have to start to look at the existing dwelling in the front to accommodate an ADU or two to make up the financial feasibility of the project. In that instance, we could actually look at doing an addition to the house and taking it from 6 meters on that side yard down to 1.2 meters or 4 feet on that side yard. So I'm not sure that the presenter really understands the counter or the impact of that request and what it means in terms of what permissions we have under the existing bylaw to do something with that existing house.
He nodded, so I think he gets it. Yeah, that's good, thank you. So if there's no further questions, I'm gonna be closing the meeting, so this is your last chance. Have you got any questions? Okay, all right, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
The public meeting with respect to the proposed plan of vacant land condominium and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. What's the will of council? Councillor Patel.
I would like to make a motion not to accept the recommendation of the staff, because I personally do not think that this development fits in the neighborhood. And I know province wants us to do this, but we have to protect our neighborhoods. So for me, I don't see it fits the neighborhood, and everybody's concerns are real, and I see it myself, and I would not support it. So I want to put a motion forward not to accept it.
Okay. Accept the recommendations of staff?
Not
Oh, not accept, okay, okay. Okay, so we got a motion to deny by Councillor Patel, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski. Discussion to the motion. Councillor Strange, then Carrio.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, and I agree with Councillor Patel and Councillor Dabrowski. It just doesn't seem like a good fit for this neighborhood. I don't like to see infills in between two residentials on just a residential street. It'd be different if it was on Dorchester Road and a little bit through traffic, but this is a small street. You know, you even have people coming from Dorchester now because it's getting so busy. They're coming down Barker Street, they're going down Stoke Street, coming up to Culp Street sometimes to get over to Drummond Road sometimes. I think there's a safety factor here too, with the schools around, with the overabundance of traffic and school kids coming in. I just don't think it's a good fit for the residents, and we heard from the residents today. You know, it doesn't fit the neighborhood, and I don't see anything like this around there. You know, they're already talking about traffic. There's people already parking on the side of the street waiting for the kids, as well as parking from the new builds at the Old Boys and Girls Club, where they're parking across the street. So I agree with Councillor Patel and Councillor Dabrowski that we should deny this application.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Carrio.
Well, unfortunately, I can't support the motion. I agree with what they're saying. I agree with the neighbors and the people that live there. Unfortunately, we're not the planners. We don't make the rules. This motion carries. It will be there, and then the city will be paying $150,000 to $250,000 in planning and legal fees. So I don't like it either. But unfortunately, if this motion passes, start looking for where we're gonna. We've done 30 or 40 of them. They don't fit, none of them. But we've done it because the province is set those guidelines, not us. We've just hired our people to follow the provincial guidelines and do what they're supposed to do. There's another planner, I asked him the same question. Could be some loophole? Did our staff make a mistake? No. So unfortunately, I'm gonna have to vote against the motion and go with the staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dabrowski.
Yeah, I'm glad we're getting some support around the table because it's frustrating. We have residents that come here, we have planning matters that come in front of us, and we continue to talk about how if it goes to the OLT, it'll get overturned and it'll cost the residents hundreds of thousands of dollars, but we have to fight for our residents. And we have a group of residents here today. We have a neighborhood that's consistent with what it's been for the last 50 to 75 years, and we're looking to potentially approve a project that does not fit with the neighborhood. It's not consistent with what's around it. So hopefully we get the support around the table to deny the application. But it is frustrating. I want to give applause to the residents that did come here today and did voice their concerns and opinions, because if time after time we continue with that same message with if we don't approve the development, it'll go to the OLT, then I have to question what it is we are doing around this council chamber. So either way, I'm happy the motion was put forward and happy to second it, and hopefully it gets support around the table.
Thank you. Councillor Patel.
Mr. Mayor, through you, Mr. Mayor, I would like to ask a question to maybe Ms. Dolch or maybe Mr. CEO, that in a previous council, when they have declined the application, when they go to OLT, sometimes something good comes out of it. that the residents and developer, they're all happy. There's some kind of understanding that some arbitration, I'm not sure what happens, because they talk before they go to the OL team. There's a pre-con meeting that happens and something good comes out of it. So I think it has happened before. I'm not sure if we have example of that, if it has happened before.
Sure. We'll go to our CAO.
Thank you. There has been a few OLT matters, and we do try to see if we can improve the situation with negotiations, because there's cost to both parties, and that has happened in the past where we have negotiated some items. I think there was a case referred to where it appeared that City Council backed away, but they were able to obtain, some concessions and legal advice, and the fact that a planner could not be hired to justify council's position kind of made council make a decision. I don't want to divulge anything from in-camera discussions, but things happen. So yes, there is the potential to try to negotiate a better, a better end result, but that may still not satisfy the residents who are not willing to accept, certain things into it. So that's something that council would have to consider if any other items could be done. The other issue that council also has to consider is, and they will potentially receive some of that. There could also be the situation where the developer says, well, this is going to get rejected. I may change my development, and even though I made a bunch of concessions on this one, I may not, and if I'm going to go to LLT, I may try to max out. And you could actually have a much more negative consequence to the neighborhood if they start to change it. If it's a all or nothing, they may choose to then max it out. And that is an unintended consequence sometimes that council has to consider. And in these older neighborhoods with these large properties, there are other things that could be done. So that would be something that would cross the bridge depending on council's decision and future legal opinions.
Do residents get a third-party status? Are they able to get a third-party status, or are they able to take the developer to the court? I'm not sure how it's done.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. So third-party appeals are no longer allowed, only in the cases of the applicant, public agencies and things like that. So the residents wouldn't be allowed to appeal this.
Okay. Councillor Baldinelli, and then the Coco.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, I agree with Councillor Strange and Councillor Patel and Dabrowski as well. I don't feel, I'm looking at that block, and one nice square block, and it's kind of, you build and live in your home, and then you never expect someone to extend their lots and then having a house looking into your backyard, and privacy issues. Obviously it was a nice area, and it still is a nice area at one time, but what really struck a chord with me is the community within a community. So I don't see that fitting in the area. It was specifically stated we're going to have building a little community, and you have the community already out there that's established and been established for a long time. So because of those reasons, I would not favor this development.
Thank you. Councillor Coco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't really know why we're here. This is the most frustrating part of our job. If I wanted to work for the province, I would have ran for the province. I ran for city to represent our residents, but the province is downloading their priorities to us, and we have to accept them. I don't like it either. Yes, change needs to happen. They want certain numbers of houses built. Our city council signed a pledge to build those number of houses. When our planning staff, they're the educated, knowledgeable ones, when they come with a proposal to us, very few times have I seen ones that are denied from our staff, because our staff will work with the developer until it satisfies what is required. I have a hard time with this whole OLT thing. It's going to cost us thousands of dollars in order to fight it. I don't know why we're here. We have so many other laws that are put on us, and we follow them. Tonight, the asset management plan. Province says we need to do this. We're going to do it. by a certain date, we're going to do it. We have all of these other laws, but then this one, we sympathize with the residents. I don't want to live there either, but then we vote against it. There's something really wrong with this process, and it's all from the province. They're the ones loading it down to us, and then us at the resident level of who we're supposed to be here to speak for and to help them understand. Our hands are tied. I don't like this any more than anybody else. We need to do something, because every single meeting for a planning, we're going through the same thing. If we don't like it, oh, it's going to go to OLT. Oh, the residents have some concerns. What can we do? And we hear our staff, they work so hard with the developer to try to make it the best, worst case scenario. But I'm lost here. I don't know what to do.
Yep. It's definitely frustrating. We're creatures of the province, and we fall under all their rules and regulations. So yeah, we have limited. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I agree with the sentiments of Councillor Lococo. Oftentimes we feel like we're caught between a rock and a hard place. The Planning Act says that you have to allow development under certain parameters, and we know, I know the one resident said, this isn't Hamilton, this isn't Toronto. No, it's not. But unfortunately, there's only one Planning Act. I've asked in the past, Your Worship, maybe they can split the Planning Act, you know, so that there's municipalities that are over 100,000, municipalities that are under 100,000, so that municipalities that are smaller in size don't really have to deal with these sort of, you know, high density sort of developments that we all find really don't fit here. I don't really like it either, Your Worship, and I'm kind of torn myself because, you know, in one sense, we have the control here right now. We're the ones that are making the decision. So we can choose to make some modifications if we want, and maybe come up with something that not everyone's happy with, but at least we can accept. Once we send it off to the OLT, if that's what happens, it's more out of our hands than it is right now. That's the hard part, Your Worship. But yeah, that said, I'm not crazy about the development. I don't like flag lots. This one seems to be, you know, a house, and then a house behind it, and then 6 condos behind that. You know, it's just not, it doesn't conform to the way our city was built. So.
All right, folks, I think we've had ample debate, discussion on this one. So we're going to go back to the motion by Councillor Patel, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski, that the recommendation be denied, that the application be denied. Okay, so we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, so the proposal is denied. At this point, I don't know what's going to happen. It'll be up to the applicant to decide if they're going to appeal this to the OLT. But I just want to say thank you to all the residents for coming out. Appreciate your time.
Thank you for your consideration. Thank you.
I know. That's insane. You know
We take a break till next meeting.
What's that?
Take a break.
How about a score? Do we have a score? For who? 2-0. Oh, great. 2. I'd like to ask the city clerk to introduce the next item on the agenda.
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw to consolidate the 4 existing zoning bylaws into one comprehensive bylaw, namely Bylaw 79-200. Notice was given in accordance with the Planning Act on May 16, 2025. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or a specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the bylaw amendment will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to City Council prior to the adoption and/or passage of the bylaw, may appeal the bylaw amendment to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'll ask Chris Room, our planner 2, to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council staff and area residents. Thank you for joining the public meeting for the city-initiated zoning bylaw amendment for the zoning bylaw consolidation application. So for a little context on what this project is, so zoning impacts everybody and regulates how land can be used and what we can build where. Currently, the city of Niagara Falls is governed by 4 different zoning bylaws from before Niagara Falls amalgamated with several nearby municipalities. We're proposing rather to consolidate the 4 different bylaws into one, which will aim to reduce confusion for residents and developers, eliminate inconsistent terminology and formatting, improve efficiency for city staff and council, and lay the groundwork for any future planning updates. So when regional governance was established in 1970, the City of Niagara Falls amalgamated with Chippewa, Willoughby, and a small portion of the Crowland Township. When the amalgamation occurred, the city adopted the area's respective zoning bylaws. This resulted in 4 separate zoning bylaws governing the City of Niagara Falls today, and these bylaws include Bylaw 79-200, which governs the urban area and the former township of Stamford. There's Bylaw 395, which governs the former Willoughby Township. Bylaw 1538 governs the former Crowland Township, and then Bylaw 70-69, which governs the Humberstone area. Here we can just see the geographic locations of the Humberstone area, which is on the left there at the south end of the city, and the Willoughby bylaw as well, which governs sort of that southeast quadrant. And then we have the Crowland bylaw on the left, which governs the lands to the more southwestern quadrant, and then Bylaw 79-200, which governs the pretty much all the lands north of the Welland River, with a couple exceptions there. The objective of this application is to consolidate the Willoughby, Crowland, and Humberstone bylaw into Bylaw 79-200. So a public open house was held on January 23rd and was attended by 13 members of the public. Notice of the open house was circulated via newspaper ad in the Niagara Falls Review, which was published on December 28th, 2024. Additionally, there was a mail out that was sent to all properties located in the Niagara River Parkway residential zone on December 21st. Notice of this public meeting was circulated via newspaper on May 17th, and the mail out was sent to the same properties in the Niagara River Parkway on May 16th. A quick note on why we decided to do a mail out for properties in the NPR zone. So at the time, we were unsure of how the ADU provisions were going to affect those properties in that zone. So just out of an abundance of caution, we decided to mail them a copy of the notice to let them know that a provision might be changing. We've since established that since ADUs are currently not permitted in those zones, they won't be added as a result of the consolidation, just to ensure consistency with the scope of the project. So the comments from the open house have been summarized here, and there's some staff responses as well. There were requests for detailed mapping illustrating the proposed changes. So detailed mapping is now available on the city's website and has also been included as an appendix to the report. There were concerns about the changes in the loss of any uses or provisions. Just to make this very, very clear, this is only an exercise in consolidation only. There's no new restrictions or land uses and land use changes being proposed at this time. There were also concerns about property tax implications. The changes are administrative only and do not affect land uses, as I previously mentioned there. So no impact on assessed property value is anticipated. Now, for some of the zoning changes, again, no land uses are being added or removed and no provisions are being changed. So these changes that you see here are just in title only. So this is in the Willoughby area. Some of the properties here being zoned, the Niagara River Parkway residential would be changed to the residential Niagara Parkway zone and brought forward into 79-200. The rural zone would become the agricultural 3 zone, and the highway commercial zone becomes the commercial highway zone. I won't cover all the title changes here. You can see them up on the slides, but we had to rename them to bring them into 79-200 just to make sure that they fit more appropriately. Just to carry forward here, so in the Crowland bylaw, the lands that are zoned as rural agricultural would be, they'd become agricultural 2, and public and private open space becomes open space, public and private. And then in the Humberstone area, there's only one zone, it's the agricultural zone. It will be becoming the agricultural 1 zone. In addition to these changes, all the site-specific provisions that exist in these former bylaws, they're going to be brought forward as well under their new zoning classifications, and then bylaws, the bylaws governing those respective areas, Humberstone, Crowland, and Willoughby, they would all be repealed. Additionally, we're going to be having some just general text changes just to ensure that the general provisions from each bylaw are also brought in accordingly. The accessory structures regulations will be standardized in a location in 79-200 just to ensure consistency in how those provisions are read. The definitions will be updated and expanded to reflect terminology that's used in those former bylaws, just to make sure the document's a little bit more user-friendly and consistent. And yard projections and obstructions will be aligned with the rules from Willoughby, Crowland, and Humberstone, just to maintain those existing allowances as well for porches, decks, and similar features. So again, the emphasis there is really just that it's maintaining the status quo and bringing it into 79-200. The proposal aligns with the provincial planning statement, Niagara official plan, and City of Niagara Falls official plan. The proposed consolidation of the city's existing zoning bylaws is an administrative amendment. No changes to land use permissions or increased development potential are provided, but rather aligns with existing permissions into a unified and more modernized format. And the consolidation respects existing zoning permissions. Where there are known inconsistencies between zoning and official plan designations, these will have to be resolved through the city's future policy and zoning updates. So in conclusion, staff recommend the council approve the amendments to the city zoning bylaw number 79-200 and repeal bylaw 395-66, bylaw 1538, and bylaw 70-69 as outlined in the report. And that concludes the presentation for this application.
Thank you very much, Mr. Room. Any questions of council for Mr. Room, Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can't imagine the work that has gone into this. It's an extensive project. A resident asked me if, within this new document, if there could be a link to the old one out of abundance of caution, because sometimes things do get missed. Could there be a link that if people were going through, they could look at the old one if needed?
For sure, yes. Through the mayor, we can definitely keep records of that. I think we intend to as well, just to make sure that if anything does get missed, we have a record of it. So yeah, we can definitely make that available.
Thank you. Could that be done on the public's link as well on the website?
Through the mayor, we can have some discussions about where we want to put that for sure.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ms. Dolce, do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Yeah, the only thing I'll add is one of the reasons we did this is to try to have it in one place and have an accessible document that everybody can use in one place. And what we're trying to do is separate out the bylaw into sections so that if you're looking for parking provisions, you can click on parking provisions and go right there rather than scroll through the whole bylaw. So in relation to your question, I think what we can do is put it on the website in relation to that, but I just don't want to confuse people to think that they can only reference the Willoughby bylaw. They should be using the whole bylaw in its totality. So we'll have to put some disclaimers on that to make sure people understand that the Willoughby has been merged, but we can do that, and the others.
Any other questions or comments of council? So I know we've been talking about this for a very long time, so kudos to staff for getting it done. I know we've gone through many staff and it didn't happen. We talked about it, it's done. So it's a great move. So I'm looking for someone to support the recommendation then. Councillor Patel, Councillor Lecoq. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh yeah, I can't cut the public out. Sorry about that. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Mr. Clerk, do we have anybody registered to speak to this?
Yeah, Your Worship, there was no one that had registered.
Is there anyone here to speak to this matter? Okay, good. Then I would respectfully conclude this public meeting. And now I would accept the motion by Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Lococo, that we support the recommendation that's in the report. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Thank you. All right, we're 9.1, 2025-2026 insurance. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange, that we approve the insurance program renewal. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. 9.2, debenture financing for adopted 2025 capital budget. Councillor Lococo?
I have a question for staff on this.
Okay, can we get the motion on the floor first?
Sure, I'll put a motion on the floor.
Motion by Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Dabrowski. Okay.
Thank you. I guess my question is, it's $161,188 per year payment for 25 years. That comes up to $4,029,700. It's a $2.4 million project. That's a lot of interest. It does say that it's not an operating impact, that it's funded through the DCs. Is the interest funded through the DCs as well?
Mr. CEO?
Through the mayor, yes, that's correct. The interest is funded through the DC payments.
Okay, and instead of going on for, I know $2.4 million is a lot of money, but in the sense of our city budget, it's not a lot of money. Why would we spend almost $2 million for interest? Could we pay for it another way?
Mr.
CEO? It's a DC-based project. We do not have a lot in DC reserves.
Okay.
So there is not the cash to transfer in. Infrastructure Ontario investment deals are generally 20 years in length, so they don't have 5-year options for that. So.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So any other questions to this? Okay, then let's call the vote. Oh, yes, Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. About the DC charges are expected to cover 100% of the debt. So what is the risk if those revenues fall for paying the debt?
You're allowed to transfer or loan between DC and levy funds. So if the DC funding is insufficient, we would borrow from the levy into the DC fund to pay that debt. And as the DCs get collected over time, it'll go back to the levy fund.
Okay, and there's one more question I was asked I would like to ask you. Is that with this new debt, how much financial flexibility do we have left before we hit our internal debt policy limit? That was the question sent to me by the residents, so that's what I want to ask.
Okay, CEO is going to research it.
Yep, so the last page of the report shows where we are with the annual repayment limit. So we're at, including the proposed debt, we're at about $10.2 million in ARL, which is annual repayment limit. The policy that we put in place to limit ourselves was 15%, so it's $26.7 million. So we would have to borrow more than double what we have currently, and the legislative requirement is $44.6 million. So today we have about $70 million worth of total debt outstanding, and that's what's creating that $10 million worth of payments. So you would, like I said, you would almost have to triple that to get to the ARL.
Okay, so we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Councillor Pietrangelo, did he leave because he had a conflict? Okay, so I don't know if we want to grab him, bring him back in. So we're going on to 9.3, filing claims with the city through the city's online claim portal.
I'll put the motion forward.
Motion by Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Baldinelli. Any discussion to this motion? Councillor Patel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think this question's for Ms. Darlington. I'm not sure, right? Oh, maybe. Oh, yeah. So do we think that the claim number will go up since it's filed online? Are we expecting numbers to go up?
Thank you. Through the chair, this is an additional option we have provided to residents to make it, if they wish to file online claims, to contact us to review their claims. They have an additional option in addition to serving a hard copy on the city. Because it is a relatively easier option, they can do it from the convenience of having internet access and having their documents uploaded. There could be an uptick in claims, but the goal of this is customer service and making sure that residents have any preferred option available to them, and to be in line with other municipalities who are permitting this option as well. So it's just modernization and customer service, and we are monitoring. We will be monitoring the impact of this and categorizing, and have some numbers and metrics in terms of which claims are filed online versus in person, just for our own data keeping.
And one more question through you, Mr. Mayor. Would there be clear instruction that this filing online claim does not replace the legal or help or legal representation they might need?
Through the chair, that is correct. There are various disclaimers on the website as well as the claim form that is available online, that this is simply a means of contacting Legal Services Risk Management with notice of the claim for an assessment, an investigation, and a response. But it does not replace their if they wish to bring legal action against the municipality, they have 2 years under the Limitation Act to do so, and that legal action is brought in court. That's a separate matter. And even under the Municipal Act, Section 44, Sub 10, I believe, if it is a road-related claim and they wish to bring legal action against the municipality, filing an online claim is not sufficient. A hard copy has to be served on the city clerk in accordance with the Municipal Act. And we have reminded anyone who's filing or accessing that page in plain language that those are the criteria, and this method is not a replacement for the ability to bring legal action.
Thank you. And when do we expect this to go online? Do you know?
Through the chair, it is already live right now, and we have residents filing claims.
Okay, thank you.
Are we good? Excellent. Were there any other questions? And I understand it says on the website, most claims are denied. I understand it says that on the website, right? So we don't give any false hopes when they put it in?
Thank you, through the chair. It does not say that, as we are here to fairly and impartially investigate any claim.
I was told yesterday that someone said it said that. It said the majority of claims are denied. It doesn't say that?
No, it does say that they have to try and provide us with as much information as possible to facilitate review of the claim.
Okay, good to know. Thank you. So we have the motion already, it's moved and seconded. It's just that we received the report. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous, thank you. 9.4, fee waiver application for June 2025. Councillor Carrio?
I say we have to move all, I pick and choose. Move all.
Okay, motion by Councillor Carrio, second.
All the recommendations, right?
All the recommendations, yeah. Seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. Discussion, Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a process. One of them has a St. Catharines address. Resident called me and said, why are we giving money to St. Catharines? It is Niagara Jazz Festival, which I know is working through the hub now, but on the application it does say St. Catharines, so that is a physical copy that somebody's always going to see, that St. Catharines address. And the other question was cat and monkey events for Halloween. It does say a private business, and again the question was why are we funding a private business? I did speak with Kat, and she said it's a community event that they're putting on. She doesn't make any money, but I do want to ensure that having that word private business on there, will other private businesses think that they're able to do that as well? Because it's originally for nonprofit and charity, and then there's an other box. So those are the two process issues that I was a little bit concerned about.
I should point out too, the Jazz Festival, they had their opening this past Saturday, right in Niagara Falls at the hub, and then they went to Taps, and then they got a big event in Oaks Garden. But you're right, that her address is St. Catharines. So thank you for that. So we got a motion, seconded. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Oh, I'm sorry, we have a question from the clerk.
So just to clarify, what I'm hearing is that council is approving recommendation number 1 and everything listed therein, and council is also approving the denial of recommendation number 2.
Right.
Okay, so that's unanimous? You're right. That's unanimous. Thank you for that. 9.5, noise concerns. So yes, Councillor Lococo?
I'll put forward this motion. I did speak with Terry Lynn, and she did send an email out to all of council saying that she was happy with the report and she'll continue to monitor if there's any issues.
Okay, motion by Councillor Lococo. Pardon me? Chair. Well, we're just receiving it. Does he want to speak to it? Oh, he's just trying to, okay. Wave back to him. Wave back to him. Pardon me? Maybe Edmonton scored, okay. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. 9.6, amendments to the sign bylaw. There's a recommendation that we approve. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange. Yeah, yes, Councillor Lococo?
I'm sorry, I have a question. I haven't seen, I know we've given delegation to our planning department for a lot of other processes, but I haven't seen delegation of a sign bylaw, an amendment to a sign bylaw. Why are we going that route, and shouldn't that be coming to council?
Yes, Councillor. Sorry, I didn't mean to downgrade you there. Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. So as we were looking at, again, some efficiencies and looking at, you know, what really is of importance to council, and again, what takes some of your time, we started looking at the sign bylaw. The sign bylaw itself, some of the applications that we would bring to you are quite minor in nature, and the reason we're considering is because it saves a significant amount of time for people looking to just get a sign permit that may not just meet certain restrictions in our sign bylaw. The nice part about this, the proposal that we're putting forward, is obviously if myself or staff that are delegated the authority deny the application, they have the ability to come to council for consideration. And the reason we're doing that, again, speed up process, make some efficiencies in the system for things that really are relatively simple and controlled through the bylaw. Again, it's usually one-offs that we deal with, but we're hoping that it can speed up some things that really should be happening.
Thank you. The sign that I was thinking about was the electronic signs, and we've had a couple come here that there were issues with neighbors, that it was too close or the lighting was going to be too bright. Those are the ones that I was really concerned about, and once it's up and implemented, sure, it can come back to council, but it's already up. That was my concern. What would we do in that case through the mayor to Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. And again, we do still hold the process, the public process for these applications, so it's something we would consider. So as giving the delegated authority, we would consider those concerns and then make a decision. And obviously, there's appeal rights at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Yes, Mr. Clerk, of course.
Just before we move on to the consent agenda, I could just ask that for anybody that has their ballots for the Licensing Appeals Committee, if you have those filled out, we'll send them down to the end of that row, at the end of each row, and then that way our deputy clerk can pick them up, and I'll speak to that later in the agenda.
Do you have any more, Bill? Chris thinks he's through his own.
Somebody eat
Yeah. Do you have any more? Find it? Of course. We're making notes. Okay, he found it.
Found it.
There's some here.
Do you need a pen now?
Here's mine. I didn't go.
Okay, we go back to consent. Yeah.
Consent agenda. Did you, yes, Councillor Lococo, you want to, any dealt with first?
Yeah, well, there's only one.
Or, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But I do have some questions for staff on this.
Okay, so let's get it on the floor first, make a motion. We get a motion for the Building Faster Fund Investment Plan. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange. Okay, the floor is yours.
Thank you. There's $225,000 for the accessory dwelling unit program, and I've brought this up before about accessory dwelling units that were by provincial law, people are allowed to have 3 units per property, and we want to build more houses, so that's great. But we're looking at doing ADUs to be owner-occupied short-term rentals. And again, I've mentioned this before, that I think it's very disingenuous of us to say we're building the houses, but yet we're going to be using them possibly for vacation rental unit type short-term rentals. They could be students, they could be parents or whatever, but they could also be Airbnb type things.
What do you mean by disingenuous?
The numbers. So we're getting credit for ADUs that we're building, So say if we build 2 ADUs in one, so now we're getting credit for 2, but one of those ADUs could be used for an owner-occupied short-term rental. And originally, when I brought this up, Ms. Dolch said that we could flag it by looking at the permits for a short-term rental, and then we would remove it, take that one off of the list. But more recently, we've been told, no, it's not coming off of the list. That's what I think is disingenuous. We're saying we're building them, we're even going to get money for them to build them, but yet they can be a business for somebody. And I understand about keeping, you know, your home and getting that, I get that. But a owner-occupied short-term rental could be used for an Airbnb type thing. So that's where I have that issue. So that's $225,000. I know this is money coming in, but what is that going to do? Promote and educate, design and prep the permit drawings. What is that? Can I have a fuller explanation about what that money is going to be?
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. And maybe I can speak to your first point just briefly. In terms of the numbers, obviously we could track the licenses and subtract them, but if they convert back, then we didn't get counted for them when we should have been counted for them. So I think it's a double-edged sword no matter how you look at it. In terms of the accessory dwelling unit program, what we're looking to do, and we're looking into now is I think I've explained this before, is design the ADUs for residents so that they would have 3 or 4 options that they could choose from that are pre-approved designs done by architects. They would have the structural components approved, and so that they would be ready for building permit already kind of pre-approved, so that it would save some time. There is still some requirements for the applicants to do regardless, because you still have to determine what your servicing is, how you're getting servicing there, those kinds of things. But we want to be able to say that it's a pre-approved design with a plot plan that you can go ahead based on your site-specific requirements at that point. So that's what that program does. It just helps people, rather than them hire an architect and engineer to do these designs. We're going to do that in advance so that they can pick and choose.
Thank you. I thought we were already doing that, so when I saw that the money was going to be used for that, I wasn't sure if it was started yet or not.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, the councillor. That's correct. We did budget some money for that as well previously. So,
okay. And then maybe through the mayor to Ms. Dolch, the other municipal surplus land study work and capital of $826,000. What is that for? When I think of surplus land, I think we have extra land and we're going to sell it. What is this for?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. So we do have some other lands that we're looking at right now that may not be sold. That's something we may partner with another, similar to our Park Street project. We may partner with somebody to do some affordable units and some market-driven units. But we do have land that we're looking at right now to assess to bring that forward.
The capital on Park Street.
That is Park Street?
No, the Park Street one is separate. There's the
Right.
Park Street one, but there's other municipal surplus lands we're looking at. And I think it was raised here before, the Dunn Street properties that we were looking at to try to see. I believe council's done some extra work previously with an architect, whether or not we continue with those designs or not, but that's something we're looking at now to see if it's feasible to go ahead with that project through this funding.
So if I understand it, spending $826,000 to design things on our surplus land?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. Yes, that's correct. So
Okay.
we have certain surplus lands that, may not be sold to other parties, but we may do a public-private partnership similar to the model we're doing at Park Street, where, we might do the servicing, other things, and they may build the housing, or we may build the housing, but we're
Okay, thank
looking
you.
into that right now.
Okay, so we're ready. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you. 11, communications and comments of the city clerk. There's a recommendation that council approve 11.1 through 11.7. Motion by Councillor Carrier, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? That's approved. Really quickly, it's St. George Serbian Orthodox Church, By-law exemption for their big event held this summer. Special occasion permit request Thunder River Bike Fest. We approved Clifton Hill BIA budget, Lundy's Lane final budget, flag raising request for National Addiction Awareness Week, and proclamation request World Hepatitis Day, July 28th. And lastly, noise bylaw exemption for the 14th annual Heroes. And Councillor Strange has a conflict on 11.7. Now 12, recommendation that we receive for information, 12.1 through 12.4. Councillor Carrio, second by Councillor Baldinelli. All those in favor? Okay, we've received those through 12.4. And then we are at ratification of in-camera. Mr. Clerk?
Yeah, so again, just before I move on, I had announced, I think Councillor Patel was out of the room. If you've got your ballots for the Licensing Appeals Committee, if you could just pass that back to our Deputy Clerk.
Fill it
And
out.
I'm not sure if we have Councillor Curios for that yet either.
I did it.
You got it?
I handed it in.
That is the plan, but we can do one thing at a time. For ratification of in-camera, council met earlier this afternoon after passing a after passing a resolution to go in camera for the various items listed in that resolution. There's nothing to ratify. However, I just want to remind council and the public that at our last meeting 3 weeks ago, there was a terms of reference for a licensing appeal committee that was put forward for council and their consideration. Those terms of reference were approved. At this time, we do have a list of applicants who have applied to sit on that committee, and that process was advertised through our website, and that closed last week. The applicants have been forwarded to council, and for personal reasons, they were kept confidential. However, those that would be chosen would be declared publicly, and we will announce that shortly. And of course, to make it official, a bylaw will be placed on the next council agenda to name who those applicants are. And then, of course, staff will reach out to the successful and the unsuccessful applicants, as well as lining up any necessary meetings of that committee. Before we move on and list out who those successful applicants are, council also asked for amendments to the terms of reference to appoint up to 2 councillors to that committee. And I believe that we had interest from more than 2. I believe it was Councillor Lococo, Councillor Newesteg, and Councillor Patel, yes, to sit on that committee. Was there any other interest from council?
I'd like to nominate Councillor Baldinelli.
Okay, so we would have 4 then that would be interested. So we would need, again, council may pass the terms of reference for there to be up to 2. So we could ask through the mayor if we had agreement as to who those 2 might be. Otherwise, we will have to decide that by way of vote.
Do you want to speak to that, Councillor Pietrangelo?
I just want to speak to the License Appeal Committee, Your Worship. I had to declare a conflict in camera. I'm declaring a conflict on the appointments as well. So I didn't vote on anything.
Okay.
And I won't vote on anything.
Okay.
I own property that can be affected, and I'll give that to them.
Okay, thank you for that. So we've got 4 names put forward for, that only 2 will be selected out of the councillors.
Does Councillor Newstay have to accept the motion? Or
Yeah, I don't
did she
know.
already say that she wanted on?
I don't know who she sent it to, I don't know. Clerk?
So at the last meeting, Councillor Newesteg did express interest to sit on that committee. So that's why I was suggesting that her name be put forward. If council wishes, we could defer this until the next meeting when she returns, and just deal with the citizen
Okay,
appointments.
looks like we're gonna wait till she's back, so we know for sure. Yep.
Okay.
Motion for deferral is not debatable. Okay, all those in favor for deferral? Okay, that's deferred. Yeah, you didn't vote because of a conflict. Okay. I do want to, I'm sorry, just as before we move on too, I overlooked at 12.4, I did want to draw attention, the Office of the Integrity Commissioner, which we just received, Councillor Pietrangelo, was found to be absolutely clear. I can't remember the exact language that the Integrity Commissioner used, but I just wondered, Mr. Clerk.
He said slam dunk was what it was.
Slam dunk?
He said slam dunk.
Right, and it says the matter raised were untimely, cannot be considered, they're summarily dismissed. And I just wondered, Mr. Clerk, if we have an idea, have we received the bill yet for what this complaint is?
Thanks, Your Worship. This decision just came in last Friday, just before we updated the council agenda. So we did manage to get it onto this agenda, and I spoke with the Integrity Commissioner today and suggested that I might be asked that question, and they have yet to submit their invoice for how much this cost, how much the investigation cost.
Will you bring that to us once it comes in?
Yes, I could do that. I do know that they've spent some time on it since the application was first filed, I believe, back in March of this year. So they did spend some considerable amount of time investigating this complaint, and I can certainly update council when I do get that invoice.
Appreciate that. Thanks very much. Yes, Councillor Strange?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And like you said, it was, I guess, a slam dunk, they said. So is this considered frivolous, or do they get half their money back?
Through the worship, the way that the Code of Conduct reads is that if there is an investigation, that they would get half their money back. So given the fact that an investigation was taken, half those funds would be refunded.
What is that? Is that ours? Well, what is that dollar number, Mr. Clerk?
There was $500 for the filing fee, so $250 would be refunded.
Is that our rule, that we give them
Yes.
back the 500?
Well, I guess we said if it doesn't get investigated, if it's dismissed outright, then they lose their 500. If it gets investigated,
Why?
I can't, well, you were here when we made the rule.
Yeah, but I thought it's a slam dunk. You don't think it'd
Yeah, I don't know. Mr. CIO, you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I think, if the Integrity Commissioner rejects it without an investigation, it's quite clear then that there was no grounds for the filing, and therefore it would be frivolous. If the Integrity Commissioner assesses it and investigates it, well, then there was some grounds, so there was something to investigate. In this case, after his investigation, he may have proved that there wasn't much, but there was enough there to investigate, and enough concern from his initial review. So we thought it was, or this council thought it was appropriate that, if he dismisses it out of hand without an investigation, even when they do that, the bill is still generally greater than the $500. However, we think at that point in time it is good to claim the full 500, and then if not, it's just refunded by a bit.
Yeah, I've just never seen Integrity Commissioner come back with a slam dunk. So it seems pretty easy situation that a slam dunk.
Who got dunked? The taxpayer.
Yeah, the taxpayer got dumped.
Can we look at this again sometime? How do we do that?
Yeah, we could break something. So how would we go about doing that, Mr. Clerk, if we want to revisit that idea? If people are just going to frivolously bring complaints forward that the Integrity Commissioner calls a slam dunk, wasting taxpayer money, and I know thousands, it'll be thousands, we know that. What can we do to bring something like that back?
One thing I could suggest is a notice of motion, just so that it does go through the public process, in case there is members of the public that want to speak to that matter, but it's the will of this council.
So we just need a notice of motion that we have it.
Can we make a motion and then know if there's enough?
Make a notice of
You could just do a motion.
Yeah, if you bypass the procedure bylaw, okay.
Can I make a motion that we have a look at abstract, bring it back and look at it?
Yeah, do we have to, can we do it at this point? Yeah, could we do this or no?
Yep, we can take that as direction, just based on our conversation here on 12.4.
Okay, so we don't need do we need a motion, or we don't need a motion? You say, no, you don't even need a motion, they're gonna bring it back. They're gonna bring it back. Okay, great, we got that, sorry. Now we're back to motions, and Councillor Lococo, or is that me? No, we're notice of motion, I'm sorry. So Councillor Lococo, you've got one here?
Yes, thank you. With Bill 5 being approved, there's going to be some major concerns regarding the environment, climate change planning and development. Our climate action plan was approved in September of 2023 with a report to come back to council in 2 years, which would be September 2025. So my motion is Therefore be it resolved that council, out of the concern for public protection from flooding and other site hazards, to ensure building safety, responsible growth, climate change, resiliency of infrastructure from wastewater treatment to energy efficient green initiatives, planning adequate housing, transportation networks, fiduciary duty to constituents, and environmental stewardship, direct staff to provide a summary report of Bill 5 impacts on the climate adaptation plan with the resulting implications, including impacts to the budget, as part of the forthcoming 2-year report to council. So they would report in September per our climate adaptation plan. So I'm asking for a report about what does Bill 5 do to our plan? Is it going to change some of the things that we can do, that we need to do, and what is the financial impact of Bill 5 to our plan?
Okay, so you're not publicly, but this says the summary report be presented to council.
That was the second part, so that report that comes to council in September, the 2-year report, that be forwarded along to those people.
Okay, so just so I understand, because I'm not sure I'm totally understanding, the summary report of Bill 5 impact, you're asking...
To our climate adaptation plan. So in September of 2025, our staff were going to come back with a report on our climate adaptation plan. Anyway, nothing to do with Bill 5, that's just part of our process. So my ask is, since they're doing that anyway, because that's the 2-year timeline, I'd like them to do a report about how Bill 5 is affecting our plan. Are there things that we have to stop doing? Are there things that we need to start doing? And how does that affect the budget? And then the second part of it, that report that comes in September 2025 to be forwarded on.
Do we have any questions for Councillor Lococo?
That's just the notice of motion.
Oh, it's a notice? Oh,
Yes.
okay, sorry. Yeah, okay.
Okay. And then I just had 2 quick new business, if I could.
Is this new?
Yeah, it's new.
Yes,
No.
it is. Yeah, okay, yep.
The first one was to give kudos to our staff about the open pools early. I know we got an email today about the pools, but there's been a lot of social media posts, and residents are very happy that we opened them very early. The weather didn't really cooperate. It sort of went down a little bit, but at least they're open, and residents are very happy. And then the second one that I had a question. I know there was an article about the panhandling signs. And I'm not saying that that's the wrong thing to do or the right thing to do, but I went back and I looked at the motion. The motion from June 18th, 2024 was decided that the police would be making a presentation before council in the near future, and it was suggested that this issue be brought before them at this time. I don't remember the police attending, did they?
About the panhandling?
Yeah.
I don't... They changed the chief?
So that's why I was surprised to hear about the panhandling signs, because I was expecting something to come back to council, and it didn't, so we couldn't approve it or change it or say no. There was just a decision made for the panhandling signs.
Mr. CEO?
Yeah, there was direction from council for aggressive landscaping, which we did not execute for a variety of reasons. And the panhandling sign was a pilot that has happened down in the U.S. So instead of getting into aggressive landscape design, we decided to pilot a couple of the signs.
Like I said, I'm not saying it's the right thing to do or the wrong thing to do. I was expecting it to come back to council because that was the motion.
Yeah, and I don't recall the motion.
Yeah, I went back and I looked at the motion. It's June 18th, 2024, and it specifically says that the Councillor Patel brought it up, and it was decided that the police will be making a presentation before council in the near future, and it was suggested that this issue be brought before them at that time.
Okay.
So I was just surprised that it went through without coming back to council.
I can tell you, I know the police, because it's illegal to panhandle in the intersection, it's against the law, and the police have been exercising their authority and removing people from the intersections before they get killed or cause an accident. So I can tell you, they've been involved, OPP, Niagara Regionals, and our bylaw. They've been working with it, and it's brought a lot of interest from all over, people that are experiencing the exact same problem in their communities, people walking out in the middle of traffic. So we're doing a pilot right now, and we'll see how the results are, and then rather than us guessing if it's working or not working, I think we'll have some actual empirical data.
Okay. Again, I'm just going back to process. When something's supposed to come back to council, I expect it to come back to council.
Yeah, I don't know, I can't speak to that, I don't know how that happened. Councillor Baldinelli.
New business?
Yep.
I'm just, now that the tourist season is going to be kicking up a notch, and we're going to get those millions of visitors that always come through, and currently, just with the current population that we have in Niagara Falls, I'm wondering if I can get staff to come back. I mentioned this, I think it was during my first year, about the current traffic lights that we have right now, if there's been any updates on any of them done, which ones they are and what's been done, and what we plan to do in the future to help traffic, because we have too many cars coming, people can't make turns, and there's near misses, so they're in multiple areas. So I'm asking for a report back on what they've done in the last year or two
Now, you talking
for
about
traffic lights.
coordinating lights so that you get a green light after green light? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not talking about coordinating. For example, if you're sitting at a light and you're on a busy street in Dorchester, Drummond, many of these streets are very busy, and the oncoming single lane, so the oncoming traffic never stops. You don't get the turn, and then they make the mad dash at the end. I just want to know if there's going to be anything like advanced turns, signaling, anything that they've done to help traffic. I know that I haven't seen much done, and I just want to know, I have a report back on what they've done and what they plan to do in the future.
I go to Mr. Nichol for comment on that.
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor, we can ask the region to provide a summary. We only have 2 traffic light projects that they're working on, replacements for us. But I think most of the issues you're talking about are at regional intersections where traffic volumes have more significant impacts on delays.
Well, I don't know, is Drummond Road regional?
Drummond is a city street.
So, Drummond and Dunn is one that we've had complaints with. Mountain, I could talk to you on the side. Mountain and Dorchester, advanced turn with the circle now, it's continuous traffic, you can't make a left turn. There's little things like that are happening, and with traffic increasing, we should be doing something to make sure cars can move and turn, that's all. I want to know if there's any updates happening, period.
Like, do they do audits of things like that?
They should be if they're not.
Yeah, through the mayor, they do collect the traffic data so they can continuously improve the cycle times and lengths. We'll ask the region to provide a memo that we can share with council.
Okay, thank you. I've got my own motion. Yeah, okay, sorry. New business, yes, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. When we went to the hospice tournament, I had met the deputy mayor, Erwin Weens.
Deputy Lord Mayor.
Deputy Lord Mayor, thank you. Erwin Weens. And we got into a conversation with Mr. Burgess, Councillor Strange was there, a couple others. And he was talking about an exit off of concession 6. And I just happened to mention the idea that I had with the 405. He fell in love with it and asked whether or not our 2 municipalities, yeah, I know. Fell in love with it and asked whether or not our 2 municipalities could make a joint submission at AMO. So I leave that with you, and hopefully we can get on a delegation request. I know we've talked about it, it's past the final date.
He's just suggesting we invite them to join us. We've already put it in our request. Yeah. Oh, okay. So we could put that forward to the MTO.
Okay. I know we were supposed to do some traffic counts on Mountain Road, get some information back. I never heard anything back, but I don't want to let the idea die, to be honest with you, because I think it's a good idea. I've continued to say that it's the only 400 series connection in the province, Your Worship, that isn't fully functional. So hopefully we can get there one day.
Yeah. Well, we're going to hammer it. We're not going to stop.
So can I let Niagara on the Lake know that you'll be contacting?
So could that be direction of staff? So direction of staff that we try to coordinate with Niagara on the Lake at AMO to meet with the MTO. Okay. Yep. Awesome.
Mr. Mayor, could you explain where that is? I don't understand what it is.
So the 405 from the Queenston-Lewiston Bridge?
I got that. It was the concession 6 that threw me off.
So concession 6 is the regional plan. That's how they plan to get people from the 405 to Niagara Falls back on the QEWs, by cutting through Niagara on the Lake to Niagara Falls Mountain Road at the roundabout and then getting on the highway. So they want to bring all the truck traffic and all traffic into Niagara Falls on a mountain road. And we're saying, this is ridiculous. Just stay on the highway. And if you want to go from Queenston Lewiston 405 to Fort Erie, put an off-ramp. And they just don't have it. You know, it's like Councillor Pietrangelo points out, you can go toward Toronto, but you can't go toward Niagara Falls or Fort Erie. And conversely, if you're coming from Fort Erie, you can't get on the 405. You have to get off of Glendale, circle around, get back on the highway. It's like you said, it's the only, as he's aware, it's the only series of 400 series highways that don't fully integrate. It's crazy. Yes, Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. And also, because they're planning to twin the Garden City Skyway anyway, so why don't we just do a continuation of that?
It would be nice if they did, yeah. So, okay, so we got that covered now, direction of staff. Is there any other new business? Yep.
Just
Councillor
quickly,
Dabrowski.
and I think we talked about it at one of the last council meetings, but there was an emergency repair on one of the railroad track. Was that Kaler?
Yeah, it hasn't been done yet on
Yeah,
Kaler
because
near
when
Beach.
is it going to be done? I'll bring up a story. I had a hot coffee. I'm driving down Kaler doing the speed limit. My daughter was beside me. All of a sudden I hit it and the coffee spilled on my like burned her. Like that is like horrible. So do we have a timeline on it?
Well, Mr.
Through you,
Nichol
yeah.
maybe has better updated information than I do.
Yeah, thank you. Through the councillor, today we received notice from CN that they're planning to do the work the first week of July after the long weekend.
Oh, okay.
We're asking them to look at the Beaver Dams crossing as well.
Okay.
It will require a full road closure, so
Okay.
just warning traffic that they'll need to find other ways. That's unavoidable, but that is the plan today. We have been let down in the past by CN, so we'll hope to keep their feet to the fire on this one.
That's
Okay.
almost 2 months earlier. That's
And
good.
well, it's good school
2 months
deal
later.
too.
I wonder if Ray Spiteri heard that we got CN to go 2 months earlier on repairing the road.
And what about Portage?
Portage?
Yeah, that one's
Which one on Portage? The one by the
by Chatters.
Chatters?
Yeah.
Why, is that one bad?
That's just as bad.
Really? I don't know if it's just as bad. That one, that board's right down.
Well, I mean, you'll cross it and have all four tires on that one, but they're.
I think Mr. Nichol
Yeah,
might have a better
I
idea.
know the councillor brought it up as new business before, and my staff went out to look at it, and they didn't identify any specific
Don't look at it, you gotta
concerns.
drive over it. Yeah,
Okay,
for sure.
I mean that, but we'll have them take another look at it. I think it was maybe some miscommunication from me to the team on
Okay,
where
fair
exactly it was.
Okay, cool.
Portage Road, okay, good. Any other new business? Okay, seeing none, I'll just quickly do my notice of motion, or my motion rather. Mine's just about the paint. So whereas the government regulations changed federally, providing higher environmental standards on the paint used on the road lines which don't last. Whereas this change has meant that municipalities have to repaint lines more often, sometimes several times per year to maintain visibility. Whereas more painting means more trucks on the road, more staff time, more gas, more tax dollars. Whereas faded or barely visible lines on the roads are a hazard to drivers. Whereas it's extremely challenging to see during inclement weather conditions. Whereas we shouldn't have to wait for collision stats to tell us what we already know. When lines vanish, danger increases. Whereas the City of Ottawa has already taken the lead on this national concern for safety. And lastly, I laugh because whereas, in my opinion, you know, they're worried about this being the environmental issue of painted lines on a road, which is an environmental disaster filled with oil, antifreeze, gas, and they're worried about that, which just seems a little silly. Therefore, be it resolved that staff come back with some options that meet environmental standards, keep drivers safe while not repainting lines several times per year. That's my so moved. I need a seconder. Councillor Carrio, any discussion? All those in favor? Okay, thank you for that. And then Councillor Newestag had a bubble zone motion. Oh, is she? Okay, so what do we do? Do we defer this to the next meeting, Mr. Clerk? Or do we?
Council can deal with it now, or someone can make a motion for deferral.
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
Defer it or deal with it? Okay, motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Dabrowski, that we defer. All those in favor? We'll defer that. And one more. This is Councillor Patel. You've got a Veterans Day Memorial crosswalk. Did you want to address this one?
Yep.
As discussed last meeting, I do notice of motion of my intention to bring forward the following motion. Whereas the brave men and women who have served in our armed forces have shown extraordinary courage, sacrifice, and commitment to protecting the freedoms and value we hold dear. And whereas it is solemnly duty as a community to honor and remember their service in ways they are both meaningful and enduring. Be it solved that the council directs staff to investigate and report on feasibility, design, cost, suitable and prominent locations for the installation of veteran memorial crosswalk or alternatives that may include but not limited to public art, memorial gardens, interpretive displays, commemorative benches, or the other creative installation that provide a heartfelt and lasting tribute to our veterans. And be it finally resolved that the development and planning of this tribute be conducted in close collaboration and meaningful consultation with local regions and any of the veterans associations. May this initiative serve not only as a symbol but as a lasting expression of our community's deep appreciation for the sacrifices made by those who serve, reminding us all who see it for the price of our freedom and the courage of our veterans. I would like to say that I'll move the motion. I would like to say that I have received a very positive feedback. I have had quite a few phone calls, quite a few people are very happy that we are bringing this forward. And Councillor Strange actually made a good suggestion where we can place a walkway across by the Oaks Park, because we have Fairview Cemetery right across the street where we do the Remembrance Day ceremony, so I think that connects it perfectly. And I would suggest we put two crosswalk, one in a Chippewa, maybe around the square on the Main Street, because there is a very, it is a very public place, and it is used quite frequently during the summer.
There's a Legion there too.
Yes, so I think one in a Chippewa, one in Niagara Falls will actually serve it very well, and so many people are very happy with this.
Okay. It is, it is. So this is her, that's your motion and seconded
And
by
I
Councillor
second it.
Coco. Yes, you want
Yeah.
to discuss it?
Yes, I just wanted to add to it. Before Councillor Patel brought the motion forward, there was a resident who wanted to donate money to put the crosswalk. So he's been in contact with Matthew Bilodeau at our transportation. I think it was yesterday. Some emails went back and forth with the design of it. They've already talked to the Legion. They have the design, and transportation was going to find out which locations would be best. And this resident was going to get other residents and put a fundraiser together. So that maybe through Matthew, he can bring that report of what Councillor Patel is looking at, but they already have some of the information together.
Okay, Councillor.
Thank you, well, thank you for that. I understand that they are doing fundraiser, but I would like to do this city-initiated project. They can do fundraiser, and if the Legion and the residents wants to do something else to show the appreciation for veterans, that's fine, but I'm talking about city-initiated project for this, do sidewalks, because I know cost is not that high, maybe $10,000, and that's not a lot, that's not a big cost that we're looking at.
So would we accept if they wanted to make a donation toward the city?
Yeah, they can make donation towards the city.
Then they could do that and be part of it. Okay, great. That's great. Okay. So we've got the motion seconded. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. And no? Yes.
I would like to ask if anybody else has any suggestion where we can put the crosswalk.
Besides the two that you just
Yeah,
mentioned?
just besides, those are ideal, okay.
From the armory too. Yeah, the armory's the other option.
Thank you.
I'm sure staff can come back. Yep. Okay, great. Mr. Clerk?
Just before I jump in, just to that point, playing hockey last weekend in Pelham at their arena, they have that crosswalk right as you walk into their arena. So it's on city property, right in their parking lot. So I don't know if that's an option. Maybe staff will include that in the option. Before we jump to bylaws, though, just to tie up the loose end and close the gap there on the Licensing Appeal Committee, we could have the deputy clerk read off who the 5 successful applicants are for that committee. And again, bylaw will come back at the next meeting to officially appoint them.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, there were 5 clear selected individuals that put their names forward. I do apologize if there's any mispronunciation. We have Elena Beretsovskaya, Frank DeLuca, Frank Messina, Lori Taylor, and Roderick McCrae.
All right, thank you. Congratulations to the 5 selected, I think. So now we're ready to go to the bylaws, Mr. Clerk? Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo.
For first, second, and third, but I do have a question about one. I'll second.
Okay, what's your question?
Thanks, Your Worship. I think the second last one, 84, that deals with the yield signs. Just wondering if there was a change in legislation, or if we usually just wait and then throw a whole bunch of yield signs out there. I mean, it's just an inordinate amount of yield signs, that's all. Yeah.
Mr. Nichol?
Through the mayor, the bylaw actually, I believe it removes the yield signs and implements stop signs. So it's less yields, more stops.
Okay. Yielding to the yields. Councillor Lecomte.
I had a question about 2025-082. We're entering into an agreement with the Minister of Infrastructure for the provincial transfer payment for the HECS. Can I just get some more explanation on what that is?
Who could answer that question? Mr. Nichol can do that.
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor, the Housing Enabling Core Servicing Stream is our McLeod Road reconstruction funding program. And they require this resolution by law so that we can enter into the agreement to receive those funds.
Great, thank you. And were we going to vote on council members for the committee for the licensing?
No, we deferred that to the next meeting.
Oh, correct. Sorry, I forgot about that.
Yep.
Thank you.
No problem. If there's nothing more, we'll call the vote on the bylaws. All those in favor? Okay, approved. Motion for adjournment. Councillor Baldinelli, second by Councillor Dabrowski. All those in favor? And we're adjourned. 10 o'clock.